How's it going, everyone? Welcome to TeamBakin, Project Albion. Today we decided with our stream last night that with all the new viewers that have been watching us and our stream just starting out, that we wanted to start at the beginning. It's been a long time since we've made new characters, and we figured this would be a good start, you know, for anybody looking to get into the game, anybody wondering where to go, where to start, and we're just going to go. Scarlett, any words from you, my dear?
Well, I just want to say thank you, everyone, for the support that you're giving us. Just let us know if you have any questions that are specific so that we can address them during the stream.
Alright guys, let's get into creating our first character, or in our case, our new character. It has been since launch since we've made new characters, so we're going to get into that. Start with, you got to choose your avatar, you know. For a typical man playing any character, you got to be a woman. You always have to play a woman. Albion has pretty much the basic character creation of pretty much any game that has ever been made. You got to be pasty white like myself. Being this is a PG stream, you know, we have to go clothes on. And obviously we got to go with, you know, the career choice. I mean, CPR is always a good thing to know. And you have a choice of playing the tutorial or not. Wow, my English so good. Obviously we're going to play the tutorial. It's going to be our first time playing through the new tutorial, so we'll see how it is. And welcome to the lighthouse. First step. I guess we're going to learn how to move. Find your way off the beach. And if anybody has any questions as we're going through this, feel free to ask.
I'm running away. You're in a toxic
Obviously, we're going to climb the lighthouse.
relationship. Time to be free.
And I'm gonna let him go ahead and go through this part with you guys, and after that point is when I'll be jumping in.
Oh, we're going to run down the stairs. How they want it. Gather rough stone, gather rough logs. Return the wounded crafter in the lighthouse. I guess we're gonna punch us some trees for a minute. Now this is our first time in this starter zone, which is very different than the last time. When you came in before, it was just a big old cluster you ran through. This actually looks pretty clean, which is a nice thing.
Yeah, and it gives little gold circles to show you what you're actually looking for. This is my first time seeing it as well, so
I'm running away from this pain. I'm trying to find a new way where the sun's shining down on my face. I'm running away. You're in a toxic
And then with this stream that we're going to be making, we're going to go from 0 to premium with our characters and see how long it takes getting it premium unlocked without any pay windows or any walls that way. That way anybody who's coming into the game at least has an idea of what to look forward to as they're going along.
yep, and we'll only be playing with these characters during the stream, so
And I'm obviously collecting a little bit extra because I know what's coming up, or I think I know what's coming up. We'll see. So far, I'm liking the changes they've made to the starter quest.
we think we know what's coming up, but there is no telling, so they might have changed things completely. So far they have. And hey, welcome to the stream. Let us know if you need anything. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're going to try and address any questions that you have during the stream itself. So, yep, that's what we're here for.
And this is the Destiny board. Obviously, this is where everything of your character pretty much starts from. So, the more fame you gain, and as this is saying, combat fame earned by defeating enemies. To earn your way up through this tree and progress through, you have to kill mobs, gather resources, and work your way from there.
Yep, show them the Reaver compared to the Adventurer.
Alright, give me a second here. And you have the ability to track and untrack certain things. Obviously, you know, it's going to do what it wants to do. And by tracking your stuff here, you can go to your fighting missions, and you can even more or less closed down tracking anything, so we'll go from here. And as we get to where we can unlock more on the Destiny board, we'll pull it up and go through it a little bit more in detail. This is my first time seeing these quests, so obviously we're in the town of beginnings from the look of things. You are currently in the tutorial area.
And here we have more players.
It's actually good to see a lot of new people joining the game.
Yeah, it is.
Go to the marketplace, buy a mount. Oh, how much is this gonna cost? Oh, don't worry, I can get a Novus Mule 1 for 3 silver. So nice of them.
Oh, so now we don't have to do the quest to get the mule. That's good to know.
This actually
Makes it a lot easier for you guys starting out.
well, now we got a mule team. We are set. To get on your mount, by the way, it's your A ability depending on what mount you have. Let's see where he's sending us. Let's get started, shall we? First, you need a pickaxe and an axe. So we're going to be going to the tool maker to make us some tools.
Looks like he's right there behind you.
Just what I always wanted. Those little extra resources we gathered, kind of nice to have as we're going through this. And while we're here, I'm going to make a skinning knife also, just to have in my bag.
One.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, it gave you the skinning knife and
Oh my
the sickle as
goodness.
rewards. So that's something else they've made a little more simple.
I'm obviously not reading the quest well enough. Now, I figured it'd be fun to do a first playthrough, so I don't know what's coming up. So this is the very first time for me, at least in this area. So, oh, we got a wall. Open the world map. And if you saw what this is talking about, it's showing the amount of friendly players within a zone and then the resources that you're able to gather with that zone. This zone only has wood and leather. T2 from looking at it. And obviously you're going to have the T1 just scattered throughout. There are 5 biomes. So every biome in Albion will have a different 3 resources in the main biomes. And we'll go through that once we get a little bit out of this tutorial area.
Yep, and it's the same for each of those biomes, whatever zone you're in. So you can predict what's going to be in that zone based on what the biome is, which helps you out when it comes to just figuring out what you can gather in each of those zones.
Recognizing resources. Obviously this is a tree and this is a fox. These are both T2 resources. Press the hit button. And we'll be the nice guy, not steal somebody else's tree. You know, let's play nice with everyone. It's just good to see a lot of new players actually out here in the world, and as the free-to-play on April 10th happens, I think the influx is going to increase. So if you're looking to get into Albion, now probably would not be a bad time to do so. Just for the fact you get a few special rewards for getting into the game early.
Yeah,
and you're going to beat the people, and there is going to be a fame increase before they release the free-to-play, which will be very nice.
So is it any player that has an account before the thing that gets the special mount?
Yeah, they're
Or-
doing a Spectral Direwolf that is going to be a one-time thing for anybody with a founder's account or an account prior to April 10th. So any account before then, you'll at least get some special rewards for joining the game.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to the Spectral Direwolf. They have regular Direwolves, which are pure black, that are one of the fastest mounts in the game. And then they have a different Direwolf, which is a Ghost Wolf that's pure white. That was, I think, a reward for people joining the game using your name. Is that what that one was for?
So they do like recruit a friend benefits and stuff like that that has to do with a lot of those limited mounts. How's everybody doing today? If you have any questions as we're going through the tutorial, it's our first time playing through. We're just seeing what's changed, what's new. So far, we're liking the new tutorial a lot, so...
Yeah, it makes it a lot simpler for you guys. It very much streamlines it.
Yes. And we're going to grab a little bit extra resources just so once we can craft gear, we can at least get into T2 as fast as possible.
Yeah, that way you guys can see how to do that, and we don't have to stop every 2 minutes to get what we're trying to show you guys shown.
And obviously, we don't have a clue where we're going here, so, you know, bear with us as we run around.
We haven't gone through the tutorial part of things since actually launch, so it has been a little bit for us. Like we said, it's a lot different than it was when we did it.
It looks super clean so far, so...
Yep. And we're enjoying the fact that they do little gold circles to sort of show you where you're going and what you're doing. It makes it a lot more simple than just trying to figure it out on your own. Yeah, when we went through it at launch, it was actually a struggle to even get the materials that you needed. There were so many people
Look at all
in there
these new
trying to get them.
faces.
So many people in there trying to get them that it was almost impossible to get it just immediately. You had to wait for respawning and to be able to grab them before somebody else did. It was a lot more of a challenge than it is now. So
And with
these
this, they
changes
have
are
it
good.
broke down into 2 resources per biome. And in a regular zone, you're going to have 3. That includes stone. In a lot of these biomes, they're just leaving the stone aspect out, which you're going to need for building later on. But we are doing this without premium to start with, and we're going to work our way to premium, so we're not going to have a personal island yet. So in order to unlock a personal island, you need a premium account, so that's where we're going to work towards. So figure not everybody wants to just pull out their wallet to play a game, and especially with it coming free to play, we figured we'd work our way through it just as anybody else. So
Yep. And this will hopefully give you guys that are just starting a little bit of an idea of some of the things you can do to work towards that premium, things that other players are looking for to make you some money in the game, so that you can just go ahead and do it without having to worry.
and obviously it's not going to be gathering T2 resources.
Yeah.
I mean, or maybe it will, depending on how this goes. So
Yeah, I personally have bought some. It's not going to be the highest priced item, but it is something that a lot of the higher players don't like to take the time to do. So it is something that'll sell. It's just not necessarily the most efficient way to do things.
I mean, I'm gonna make millions off of my T2 copper right now, so. If anybody in chat has any questions as we're going, please feel free to get active in chat. Gives us something, you know. We don't know what's going on here, so we're gonna work our way through here and see. So it has been a while, so. Last night we had a lot of questions about people who are just starting, you know, and working their way through, and we figured we haven't started in a very, very long time, so might as well feel what it feels like to be a new player in Albion, so.
And we appreciate the views that we're getting. It's something that helps us help you guys. Just let us know if you need anything once more. And again, thank you very much for taking the time to watch our stream.
Alright, we're going to refine these resources up. For anybody who's wondering, this literally is pointing us to each refiner. So you're going to have a refiner for each resource. To start with, it doesn't cost money. As you progress farther into the game, you're going to get to towns and there's going to be taxes on all of the resources to grind. So make sure as you're refining, don't break your bank by just refining everything. Figure out what you need at the time, especially for early players, because silver's not going to be all over the place. So
yeah, and you can negate that cost a little bit by once you get your personal island, you can build your own refiners up on your own island, and then you can make it so that you don't have any tax.
I guess
but
we're
those
doing
buildings you will have to feed. So we'll get into that later.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
We appreciate it, Morbos.
Have you started playing yet? Just out of curiosity, are you waiting till it becomes free to play? The early game mechanics in this game, one of the good parts about it is there is some depth to the early game, even later game, as you get into like building your own island, leveling up every single piece of item. As we get a little bit farther into this, when we can start picking what we wear and use, we'll go a little bit more into the Destiny board and things like that.
All right. And
we just repaired a ship, so.
Yeah, if you do end up getting in game, feel free to talk to us. It's actually best to go with other people because it's actually a game that encourages group play. You can do a lot solo, but once you get to higher up places, it's a lot harder to do things alone. It's a game where, depending on the zone you're in, you're going to be a target for other players, just with the resources and everything. So
and I appreciate your follow.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we appreciate it a lot. We're going to be getting into talking about the combat system and stuff like that. That's one of the good ways to start getting going in the game. But we'll get to that once we get to it.
And now's a good time to start. If you're looking to get
Yes.
into Albion, now's the time because there's going to be an XP buff. So we were just sitting here on the Destiny board. And in order to level, say, to be a fighter, it requires so much XP. And when you first buy, if you do get a pack and you get premium for it, which it does come with, you're going to end up with learning points. Be very careful with how you spend your learning points early on because you think, hey, I got 250. I'm just going to put learning points on everything. Kind of focus on a certain thing. Like if you're going to be into the gathering side of the game, focus your learning points down that tree because it pays off in the long run. The faster you can gather the higher tier resources, the better in the long run of the game that you get more money back in your pockets. So
Yep, and to
just
begin with,
don't spend them as fast as you get them. So
yeah, to begin with, the learning points that go into each of the items, it's pretty low, but it increases a lot, especially for the gathering. Once you get into the higher tier items. So yeah, just be careful with them. And yeah, just let us know if you have any questions about that.
and right now it told me I guess I'm gonna go be stealing some maps from some heretics, I guess. So hopefully they got some good maps. I mean, me and my impressive T1 gear. And in this game, it kind of progresses slow. Fame's a little bit slow, but you'll work your way through it, so. And so far with this new tutorial they have, it's actually quite fun, and it's a lot more in-depth already than the old one, which is very nice, so.
Yeah, beforehand, it more or less just threw you into the water and expected you to know what you were doing. So it was really confusing for a lot of new players.
I figured I'd be through this in 5 minutes. Obviously, it's been more than 5 minutes, so. I mean, these maps have my name on them, so.
Now, if you notice over there, there is coins with red glow. That means that somebody has not picked them up, and they're actually something you can pick up at this point. There is a little bit of time before it gets to that point. I think it was like 2 minutes or something like that. But once it gets to that point, it's free game for everyone.
I mean, I'd love to steal a map. I guess I had to chill out in that note.
Oh, never mind. The red glow doesn't mean that.
It does mean that. That's protected silver over here, meaning somebody, once you kill a mob, it's locked to you. So you see how the silver's protected for looting for so many seconds? It means somebody else killed these mobs and did not loot. They just ran on by, so.
I thought the red glow meant that that wait was over.
I mean, I wish this gold had my name on it. It just doesn't. We're going to kill a few extra mobs here and see if we can get our trainee fighter unlocked as our goal here. We got 1 learning point. So learning points are a way to advance through. You have to progressively unlock a certain amount of the bar. And once you get to this line here, you can unlock via learning points. So. And that goes with every skill in the game. Pretty much everything you can unlock with learning points, so.
Yep, and it's pretty easy to use those up. There's actually a lot of different skills they've put into this game where you can mix and match and create your own builds. And I enjoy it a lot. My husband here, he does a lot of that mixing and matching just to figure out what builds will work together. And so I actually use his advice on that just because he knows a lot more about it than I do.
And if you just saw right there, it says you get a set number of learning points per day, so use them wisely, very much so. Don't just spend them on anything. We're going to get on our nice mule here and cruise to the next zone. I know, babe, I'm gonna catch you. Just give me a minute.
I know.
It is always fun playing back through a game, especially with new content, new updates.
I'll let you know what's changed.
I'm going to the forge. Power through diversity. In this game, you literally are what you wear. So if you want to be a tank, you can be a tank. If you want to be a mage, you can mix and match pretty much anything. So, not saying the build will work, but at least for the the thought behind it, you can do anything you want.
Yep, and you can wear leather with plate, with cloth, just depending on what you're wanting to do. Like he said, it doesn't mean that it's going to work, but mixing and matching those different gear pieces, and once you get higher tier in those, there are a lot of different options that you can choose. Mixing and matching those will make it so that you can do special things to go with specific weapons that you want to try out, and it's pretty impressive the depth of detail they went into for the combat system itself.
I think the game is no longer pay to win. At one point in time, I would have argued and said this game is very pay to win because you would hit a wall where if you didn't have money to progress in gear, you would be stuck. But since this new patch, they released like open world dungeons, so random dungeons on a dungeon finder, and it's made the game to where you can go in there with your high-end tier of gear, but if you get knocked down or say another group runs up on you, you're gonna more or less lose everything that you have. So you can pay to win to a point, say in GVGs, but at that point everybody's more or less at the same wall. So, and this is very much a co-op game. This game gets better the more people you play with. When you get into the game, I suggest join a smaller leveling guild or a newer guild in the game, just because any game is better with people to play with, and this game doesn't have a party finder, say like World of Warcraft, where you join with a bunch of randoms and you never see them again. The nice part about this game is it's kind of a tight-knit group. You're gonna see the people you play with over and over again, which is a positive thing in my book. So
Yeah.
we gotta go get us some more ore. Obviously, we ain't got enough. So
It's just you need to make sure that whoever you're playing with, they are incredibly active. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do some of the content. The new random dungeons are something that we're going to encourage you to get involved in pretty early on. They're actually pretty difficult, though. We even have trouble at times in higher gear. So,
with pugs, of course,
Yeah,
with
with
pugs.
pugs,
With guild
with
runs, that's a
pugs.
whole different story. So with a bunch of strangers you've never played with before, it's gonna take. The mechanics in this game are something you actually have to watch out for. You can't stand and fire every time, because a healer can only heal so much, and their spells have cooldowns, which means they can't just sit and spam heal you over and over. They have to pick: do they heal themselves? Do they heal the tank? Do they heal you? How's it going, by the way?
78. Appreciate you coming and watching us.
Feel free to ask any questions as we're
Yep.
going along here.
Yep, feel free to ask any questions. We'll do our best to answer them, whether in the stream itself or just talking. Probably just explaining to begin with, and then we'll try to show it in the stream itself. And we appreciate any comments, any interaction you guys give us. It helps us to figure out what you guys are looking for. What's he asking there?
Oh, you wouldn't be able to see it, actually. Her bar is over where my FPS and ping is on here, so.
Yeah, sorry about that. We decided to put us both down at the bottom so that you guys could see both of our faces, so.
Obviously, most people don't want to see my face, but I'm here. I'm sorry, guys. Might need new glasses at the end of it, but I think any game that encourages co-op or groups and makes you play with other people, I always feel like those are the better games anyways. I enjoy them more personally, so. Sorry we had to run out and gather some more resources because we wanted to make us plate chest armor, so.
And I'll be joining the in-game once he gets to an area that I can come to. I've already gone through the tutorial, unfortunately.
Not the new tutorial. Some people,
Yeah. Yeah, I like his beard too.
It's nice. It's nice. I wish it was longer. My boss keeps making me trim it down,
Yeah, for some reason they want him to look professional.
I don't know why, I don't think they like the homeless look, so. So have you bought Albion yet, or are you just considering it right now? Free to
Hey,
play.
Ricky Tiki Tavi.
Free to play April 10th. I think it's like 15 days out now.
Yeah,
I
something.
think Wednesday will be 2 weeks, so.
Yeah, something that might sway your decision, Ricky Tiki Tavi, is that those that buy the game beforehand, there is a mount that they will be giving everybody that's bought it beforehand. The Spectral Direwolf.
And it is an exclusive mount, so it's going to be a one-time thing for anybody who has it before the 10th. Not saying that everybody should run out. We're obviously playing this. We're not going to use any wallet warrioring on this account. We're going to buy premium just by playing the game, which is very much possible. So if you're wanting to get into the game, you make a free account. It is very easy to keep up on the premium by just playing. So you don't have to spend money in this game to have a good time. So, which is a nice part on the developers to make a game that everybody can get into, and you don't have to spend a monthly thing, and you can still have premium like everybody else. So.
Bacon Morbos is asking you a question.
Sorry, bro. I actually work in hospital stuff also. I work on an ambulance. I work as an advanced EMT, so I'm in the back of an ambulance. And my boss always gives me a hard time, but I always tell her if a girl can have long hair, I can have a beard. So, you know, unless we all have to have the same haircuts, and she gives me guff, but so far I've got to keep my beard for the past several years, so, which is a nice thing. I do have to trim it up once in a while just so that, you know, I look like I want to be there, so. And if you guys noticed on these new pieces of gear, so this T1 sword has one ability on it, which is the Q. As we went up to T2, it unlocked an interrupt and then an AoE spell here.
Bacon, is there some sort of trial going on?
So they do, you can get a key on the forums. If you go look on the Albion forum, somebody can give you a trial key, which gives you a 7-day trial for the game. And usually there's a few trial codes floating around for that, if you want to try it before. But that limits you to so much stuff you can do. But it does give you the option to buy the full version also and keep your same character, from what I understand of it. I haven't played a trial key, so I couldn't tell you exactly how they work, but they do exist.
And is it anybody that's bought it that can give out trial keys?
Yeah, anybody who's bought it, they can actually spend the in-game gold to create a trial key, and then they can hand them out. But with it coming free to play, I think it's kind of slowed down a lot. But if you go look on the forums, there should be an actual forum post for it. And usually you can put a post in there and somebody probably will hook you up pretty quick. So most people are pretty good about it. So
now, how much does it cost to make one of those trial keys? Just for my FYI, I'm not sure about this one.
It's been a while, so we'll go check. I'll get more info on that here in a bit. So.
Hey, not a problem, Ricky Tiki Tavi. We appreciate your comments. Oh, it's 500 gold?
There you go, 500 gold to create it. So.
Thank you very much, stole my poll.
I don't have an answer to everything, but yes.
Yeah, that's not something I've ever looked into either, so.
Right now, their accounts really aren't that bad priced, but if you're worried about the money side of things, I mean, 2 weeks is the wait, and then you'll be able to get in regardless. So, and you don't really need to spend money to have a good time in this game. So, most of the content, realistically, for endgame content, you're not going to be running in the best set of gear because there's always the risk of losing it. So, you're going to die in this game. Just be prepared to die. So, because it's going to happen.
Yep, it'll happen. Life goes on. At least they made it so that most things it's pretty easy to get back when it comes to gear, unless you're running in something that is quite a bit expensive. So. Let's see.
And obviously, I can't dodge anything, so. And I don't know where we're going, so first time for me. So we're headed to an island from the sound of things. Do we actually get a pick where we start? Oh, this is kind of cool.
Oh, that's good.
Alright, if you guys see these choices we have here, it's more or less the biome that we're going to start out of. So,
Yeah,
and
that's...
each biome is going to have three resources. So when you pick what biome, depending on if you want to be a mage, say you want to be a melee character, that could affect it just because it costs money to move from city to city, or you have to run from this town to that town.
That's a lot more streamlined than it used to be. It used to put you in one of those biomes to begin with, and then if you weren't in the one that you wanted, you had to make sure you ran to the right one before you actually got everything. Otherwise, you'd be set back and have to worry about that later on. But this
And Ricky
way is
Ticky,
much
thanks for
more
the follow. We
yeah.
appreciate it very
Yeah,
much.
thank you very much. But yeah, this is far more streamlined. I'm liking it a lot.
And if you look at the biomes, each biome is going to have 3 resources. So this one has your leather, your cloth, and then your ore. And that's out here in the plains biome. And then as we work our way through the forest, you're going to have wood, stone, ore. And then we're going to head out here to the swamp, which is going to have wood, leather, and cloth. And then the snow biome, you're going to have stone, cloth, and then ore. And then back to the forest here, wood, stone, and leather. So this character, I think, play-wise, I'm going to look for leather and ore, honestly. So we're going to head out here to Bridgewatch is going to be our first choice. So
Bridgewatch, all right.
we're going to go to Steep Cross here. And this game is great. It looks great. They've cleaned up a lot of the server issues, things like that. Like, if you're looking for a full loot kind of sandbox feel, this is a good start.
Yeah, the difficulty depends on what you're doing. They've got levels of stuff for everybody.
And it is, you make the game how you want it. If you're looking for like PvP fights, things like that, you can go find that content if you look for it. So, if you want to just gather, craft stuff, build your own island, you know, things like that. I mean, or if you just want to be a farmer in this game, there's opportunities to do all of that. So there's ZVZ, so like massive multiplayer battles, more or less. It's more or less like a shard. You zone through into each zone. So each zone, as we go, you zone into that zone. But it's one like mega server, more or less, is how it works. So, and as you zone in, this is going to be in its own instance, more or less. So
Explain the zone colors, because Ricky Tiki Tavi is asking about the death system.
how do they treat deaths? So a death in this game, we're in a blue zone. If you look at the color on these tiles that we're in right here, Steep Cross is where we're at. It's a blue zone. In a town, they can't gank you, so there's no PvP inside of the towns. But as you progress, so this is a blue zone, yellow zone has limited PvP, so you can get knocked down in a yellow zone, but it's not full loot. But there is a stipulation to that. In this game, there's factions, so each town has its own faction. And if you choose to do that faction, you get faction points. I'll show you when we get up to Bridgewatch here. And you can unlock rewards with those faction points, but by doing that, other players from different factions. So if we factions up with Bridgewatch, and people from Martlock come down, they can actually kill you in a blue zone if you are factioned up. So remember up here, there's going to be a shield, and when you click that shield, it makes you red, which means that you can PvP kill people. Well, when you faction up, you're automatically red to every faction but your faction, and it's full loot in any zone.
Yep.
If
full
you
loot.
red up just regularly, it's only full loot in a red plus zone. So if you look out in these zones, you're going to see where it starts to become blue, yellow, and then into the red zones. All of these are full loot if you're red or they're red. So if you're a red player, you kill any blue player that's not flagged up, it's still full loot. If they're red and they kill you and you're not flagged up, it's full loot still. So, and everything on your character, from what gear you're wearing to what's in your bag, all drops on your corpse.
It's a single server Morbos, but they have different zones, which is how they handle the lots of people in a single zone.
Oh, we got a 3-day premium gift.
Ooh.
This is good to know. First
Yeah,
time seeing this
that's good to
stuff,
know.
so I wonder if we can buy an island with this 3-day premium gift. We're gonna figure that out shortly.
Nope,
Also,
you can't. I tried it with somebody on the 7-day trial, and you have to have at least 30 days of premium to be able to make an island. Unfortunately.
sad face.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's sad.
And the PvP in this game is actually very fun.
Yeah.
So
it
in
is.
red zones, there's going to be a counter. If you look down here, the number of friendly players in a zone, as we progress to yellow zones, it's going to show you the number of red players in a zone. But once you get out, so we're just on the Royal Continent, which is this zone. All of this up here, this is all black zone, which is 24/7 PvP, regardless. If you're an alliance or guild, you don't PvP with each other, but everybody else, it's more or less fair game. So, but the best loot in the game all comes from up here in the black zones.
Oh, do we have an Ultima Online player here?
Uh-oh,
Ha ha ha. I went the Ultima way instead of the World of Warcraft way.
Let's go pick up these quests here. Maybe.
Yeah, a lot of people went WoW. Ultima Online, that's the first game I played. So I never could get into WoW just because it was so different from what I was used to.
And me, I come from the WoW side, so I played WoW for way too long. I would hate to know how many hours I have on my main characters in WoW.
You mean how many years?
Yeah,
of in-game
don't even be
time?
talking about it. I played a lot. Let's just say I played way too much. WoW was good, well, it worked. The issue with WoW is I feel like they went away from like a community to more or less you just solo play the whole entire game, which kind of drew me away from it. I didn't like the raid finders, the dungeon finders, things like that. Back in the day, you had to have a reputation to get into groups. And when they took that away, it kind of made it to where you just never interacted with anybody else, which kind of took a lot away from the game in my book. So
Morbos, what UO server did you play? Just out of curiosity.
we're going to have to do some crafting, by the way. By the way, when you craft, anything you craft, you can study it up to the tier that you're on. So once we get T3 unlocked, we can no longer study T2 items. So just remember that. And we can do a little bit of going over the Destiny board. So everybody starts in the middle and everything progresses outward. You have your fighting on this side, down to your gathering, refining, and then into your crafting of what items you craft. And in order to progress, you have to unlock to that tier. Let's see where we're working towards. We're going to work towards our journeyman warrior here, which means that we have to more or less unlock this bar in order to craft T3. But to do that, you have to have resources, so we're going to have to go out and do a little bit of gathering.
Do you happen to have any extra tools?
Do you need some?
Yeah, that way I can start doing what you're doing.
Yeah, give me a second
Jump
here.
in with you.
And always make a girl character, by the way, guys. Like, everybody seems to help you. You want free stuff? Make a girl character. Put a
And there's
tee
me.
in
My
once in a
character's
while.
actually male. My main character's female.
Where are you
but
at
this
here?
character's male. Bridgewatch, right?
Yep.
Oh, I'm at the auction house. Let me go up.
Oh, not Bridgewatch. You gotta come down to Steep Cross.
But
Starter
it's the
town.
Bridgewatch area, right?
Yeah. Do you want me to run up to
Okay.
you?
No, I can ride over your way. I've got myself a little mule. They're actually selling the little mules for 3,000 here. So from 3 silver to 3,000 silver. It's not a problem, Morbos. It was just curiosity on my part since I've been playing, or I was playing that for years and years.
And a good thing to know on these starter towns, the town itself should have every single T2 resource in it. If you look right here, we got some T2 cloth just chilling in town. Once you get outside of the starter town, you only have the 3 resources. So we might actually have to run a couple tiles away to get to the resources that we need. So you're going to do some traveling. Be ready for it.
Let's see.
But don't tell anybody it's here, because that way everybody will come steal my stuff. Shh.
Use the steep cross.
Yeah, we're in Steep Cross right now.
Alright, I'll catch up to you here soon.
And with the free-to-play model, these guys have been pretty hard on any like gold spammers, anything like that. Third-party
Yes.
sites, they will ban you. And
Yeah,
I don't
even
see
if it's
any
just
use.
One-time offense.
So up here you have your premium, which obviously you can buy with in-game currency, which is the silver value right here, or gold, which you can buy from their gold market. But realistically, I mean, it's 4,300,000 silver right now, which is not the end of the world. So if you don't feel like spending money, you still can play the game, get to premium without pulling out your wallet. So
Any questions that you guys have for us at this time? I know it's a lot to take in to begin with, especially for those that have never played this sort of style.
I guess we're looking around. Hey, I got a gold for just sitting there, so.
Gold or silver?
A gold. One gold coin.
All right.
I feel like a rich man.
So just so you guys know, right now, gold is 1,700 plus a little bit silver. So that's how much silver they actually just gave him, which is quite a decent little bit.
I think they told me not to spend that gold all in one place. The daily skill points, so let's go in here to the LP side of things. So you get 20, if you look up here it says you get 20 learning points per day. So those learning points, that's all you make by having a premium account, is you get 20 every single day. So regardless of what you do, how many characters, each one gets 20 per day. And with that LP, you use that to unlock skills. So say I want to go gather, let's gather ore. In order to unlock this, to like more or less a fast level through, you can use your LP for that. And that goes with all gear and everything like that, but you only get 20 per day. But the farther you get down the line, I mean, it goes to 230 to unlock your T6. T7, where's the T7? 351, and then when you get to the T8, it's 409. That's the fast level. You don't have to LP those. You can actually hard unlock every single thing.
Yes.
And early game, for anybody who's new, I suggest you use your LP in your professions, not in your combat. You're going to go out and fight a lot of mobs. These will gradually just level themselves. And if you put your LP into, say, refining, crafting, farming, if you want to be a herbalist, if you want to make potions, use your LP points towards that stuff to fast unlock it, because the higher the tier you are, the more money you're going to profit from that skill.
And you guys can unlock the low level of stuff pretty easily, but once you figure out what you're wanting to farm, I'd say focus on just one thing and push that as far as you can, as fast as you can, because that's where you're going to make some money.
And then another thing for me to explain to you, every day your character gets 10,000 crafting focus. So crafting focus you use when you're crafting an item. because it gives you a return on that item. So say, well, here it obviously talks about focus right here. But as you focus, you can click focus, and it will give you 6% return at what we have here. Well, that increases the farther out you go.
Yeah, and there's actually some things that you cannot unlock with your points. You actually, for things like the horse growing up and stuff, you have to hard unlock those to be able to unlock them. So there are a couple of things here in the game that they do not let you use points for.
You can unlock everything without ever having a premium account. It's all the matter of how much time you want to put into that item. LP is kind of like a fast forward is a good way to explain it. But with your crafting focus, every day you get 10,000, and that's like a bonus to resources. Say you have the best resources like 4.3, 8.3, and you want a return on those resources, you can make money by just using your focus. You get a return back, so you get some free resources when you craft it. Now when it comes to crafting, as we progress into this royal continent a little bit more, each town is going to give you a bonus on what that town produces. So as we get to Bridgewatch here, rock. For any stone you refine in this town, you get plus 35%. And then there's like certain weapons, crossbows, daggers, cursed staff, plate armor, and shoes all get a increase of what return rate they get from that town. Limehurst, which is more or less the forest zone, and each town gives that. So it's kind of designed for you to move around the world with your resources to refine them so you get the best bang for your buck, more or less. The thing to check on in all these towns is the town itself is owned by players, and they set the tax rate for that town. So some towns might have absurd taxes.
Yeah, some of them keep it 40, 70%.
Or, in case of my favorite town, Fort Sterling,
Yes.
This whole town is owned by one player, and they control the tax market, and they kind of have higher
notice
taxes.
that
So this will change shortly, but for right now, sometimes put into account how much you're going to actually spend on that resource. And in all these starting towns, as you notice, every station, T2 is always free, but then when you get to T3 in towns, it is actually going to cost you money to refine that resource. So stick to the starting towns to start with, because it's free. It's not going to cost you money to do T3, but you can't do T4 in these starting zones. So be aware of that when you come into the game. You're going to have to move out of town.
Yeah, and Ricky Tiki Tavi, it's, I believe, on the Albion website itself that you do it. Bacon, do you know where
AlbionOnline.com, and then go there. There should be a thing for like free trial keys in one of the forums, so there should be a main post for it.
Well, he found some trial keys. He's wanting to know where to use them.
Oh, you create an account yourself, and you should be able to redeem it. Look on the website itself, and there should be a create account and a place to actually put in that key. So when you make an account, it should have a place to put in that free trial key. So
I don't think I know CPR wants to be my friend. I asked him in game, and he never responded, and it's just been running away.
We can be friends.
Yay, I've got a friend.
I'm gonna come make you some T2 tools fast.
Oh, I've got the T2 tools now. I found them. So I can go ahead and do stuff with you now.
Well, let's go gather for a little bit. I'd like to skip the gathering side, but I don't think that's how it's gonna work. And we're gonna have to go progress. This is like the in-game auction house that everybody has. It's pretty much like any other auction house you've ever seen in your life. Everything breaks down to tier level, up to T8, which you're not going to find on this market. But we're going to be pushing to T3, and you can select the quality. The quality of an item, like this item's masterpiece, actually has better stats than, say, an excellent or an outstanding. But early game, it doesn't matter. Just we're going to get till we get our T3 unlocked, because there's a lot more options when you get to T3. So, and from T4, it even gets better. So and that's the nice part about this game. You can progress depending on how much time you have, you know. You can still, even playing a few hours a day, get through the early game stuff. Once you get T4, T5 unlocked, you start getting into a lot more of the group content. Up to that point, it's kind of a solo game until you get good enough weapons. So T3, it unlocks a handful of weapons, which is right here. T4, each of those weapons break down into more weapons. So say if we're playing with the sword, which is the route I'm going to be going.
Yes. Auction houses are localized.
Yes, and each auction house is based in that town. So it's not a generalized global auction house. Every town has their own auction house. So
And I would not suggest buying at these beginning zone ones.
yeah, these
because
beginning
those are gonna
zones,
be ridiculous
somebody's taking advantage of all the new people and their few silver that they get. So when we go to spend money, we're going to go to actually Bridge Watch and spend some money there. And even if you progress, there's actually right now a centralized town, which is Caerleon. And there's a portal here that takes you to the next continent, which is the black zone up above. And they're going to be changing that shortly. Here at the end of the season, which we're getting pretty close to the end of the season, 3 days, 12 hours. They're going to be changing the map to where each town in the royal cities has a place in the Outlands or the Black Zone that it ports it to. So depending on what town you're based out of is where in the Black Zone you can just straight port to. Which will be a nice change, so I look forward to it. So
Yeah, but it'll be pretty nice. Let's see. Where is the mage tower? Because I want some cloth armor because I am going
and nobody wants
work
to watch you sit and
towards-
gather resources. The joys of this game is I would love to bypass these, but how we decided to do this is I can't get on a different character and run myself over some elite gear and run from here. We want to unlock it on stream and we want to just play through it. So you guys get to bear with me as we do this. So
I need some resources.
and right now we're gathering ore. Just remember, depending on what weapon you're wanting, you can customize your gear literally however you want. But depending on what you unlock, it doesn't unlock everything at once. So say you want to use a staff, well, you need to start with a T2 fire staff in order to unlock the staff tree. And then as you progress to the
Yeah.
next stuff, once you unlock this, it opens up to the next stuff. And in order to do that, you have to kill mobs. So we're going to head there as soon as we get our T3 unlocked for gear. So
Yep, and we do appreciate everybody watching. If you have any questions, jump in, let us know what they are. We'll do what we can to answer them, and if we don't know, which for everything, pretty much, we're going to know about it. If we don't know, then we'll figure it out for you and get back to you, okay? Ooh, lucky me, I just found a big pile of T2 leather animals that are already killed.
And the nice part about doing skinning, just so you guys know, if you go into leather gear, and we'll go into crafting a little bit more here in a second, you get fame towards your armor by killing any of these skinning animals, which any of the other professions you don't get. You get fame, but it doesn't count towards your crafting gear. It only counts towards that tool that you're using at that time.
Yeah, well, it's a double-edged sword because it's slower to build up the leather gathering simply because you have to kill everything beforehand.
Here's us some T2. Somebody was nice and left me a pile right here. You guys see my weight up here? I'm getting pretty heavy. So depending on if you're on your mount and around your mount is how slow you are. We're obviously overweight. We need to go drop off. I'm greedy. I tried to get as much as I could, so. Now every single town, starter city, everything is going to have like a central chest. And when we get in here, we're going to go refine our resources up, and then we're going to go drop off in this chest. So if you look at the crafting station, you're going to have your refining buildings for each thing, and then there's going to be a crafting thing for there's going to be the Hunter's Lodge, the Mage Tower, and the Warrior's Forge. So for each thing, the Warrior's Forge, all your plate armor, all your plate weapons, cloth more or less, magic items, cloth gear, and the Hunter's Lodge, leather items, your hunter's gear, and that all is based off of the tree also. When we get to the skill tree itself, they're broke down. So these are all the Warrior's Forge. This is going to be on the Hunter's Lodge, and then the Mage. And everything's based off of those buildings, so...
I need to figure out where I can get some fiber for mine. This should be the right zone. Let me make sure. Yeah, there's fiber in here. But I gotta make me some cloth armor, so I gotta find fiber.
And with wood, because this zone does not have wood outside of town, you might have to go for a little bit of a run, so...
The good thing
And
is
we're just
for these,
refining this stuff. And the higher tier, if you look, say T3, it takes 2 T3 hides and then 2 T2 or 1 T2 refined leather. So just remember, as you progress, each tier gets a little bit more. And you need refined of the lower tier,
Yep,
and
one
then raw
refined,
of the tier that you're refining up
and
to.
then,
So
yeah, so for every T7, it's like, I can't remember, 6 T7 for every... It was either 5 or 6 T7 for every T6 refine that you have. So it gets a little bit harder to get your mats, and each of them are heavier too. So a T7 is going to be a lot heavier than a T6, and T2 is pretty light.
and that just gave us some crafting focus right there.
When it comes to the focus itself, have you explained that?
Yeah, we went through the focus part.
All right.
At least we hit on the basics of it. When we get to where we can unlock a farm, we'll go over focus a lot more when we get into some real resources. So every day with premium, you get 10,000 focus. To start with, say if you're watering a farm, you use your focus to give you your seeds back. So if you want a full return on your seeds, you have to focus that crop. If you plant it without, that's kind of where the wall is of having multiple characters and stuff like that. But you can do the whole game on one character. I used to play on a bunch of alts and stuff like that, and I've more or less condensed it down to just my one main character. So
I've got 2 that I run simply because I have so many animals that I have to grow up that I have to have the focus for my seeds for the crops that I need to feed them.
And we're going to sneak over here and make us some T2 tools real fast. And don't upswing when it comes to your items later. We might hit a little bit of T3 with these T2 tools just early, but later game, you can unlock T8 by only gathering T4. So that's how I unlocked ore on my main character, is I literally gathered T4 and only T4, and I got all the way to endgame with it. So don't think that just because you only have a T4 tool, you can't do it. Don't upswing, though. Always stick to the node of the tier of the tool you're using. You can only take items. So when you kill somebody, you cannot steal their currency. So your currency, which is these 2 right here, are locked to you. All of your they're locked to you. So somebody can't steal your money. So if everything's in money, you always have it. They're not going to steal it from you.
Gold is locked to all your characters. Silver is locked to your the character that it's on.
Gold is cross character. Silver is just per. But yeah, they're not going to take your money. They're just going to take your gear. And remember, in this game, everything is replaceable. Don't come into the game. I can tell you a story of myself. I once had a full masterpiece set of gear. The best gear. I was so happy. Yes. And then we had another group come in. And I'm like, I'm going to go with my guild and we're going to kill them. And I'm going to wear this good set of gear because my guild's not going to let me die. I was the first person to die. Even though we killed all the other people, I died and half of my stuff broke. And it was just, it was sad days. So if you're scared to lose something, keep it in town. Just leave it there to look at and be pretty, you know.
Town
and,
or the safe zones.
And Google at it. But other than that,
yellow or blue
be prepared
zones,
to die. You're
going to
die. You're going to lose everything. And it's just how this game is. So it's brutal. My very first day in the early alpha eras, you start out with the founder's mount, Well, I zoned through the zone before they had guards, and we'll explain like the protective shield and the guards to you guys. But I zoned through and I died before I even zoned through because there was red players just waiting for me. They fixed that since those days, but it was brutal. Like I started Albion mountless, so I had to walk everywhere because I had nothing. Those are the good days of Albion, and you'll experience stuff like that, and it makes the game even better because it teaches you. Some days you go broke, and it's like, ah, man, but just remember you can always start over. You can always start gathering, build everything back up.
Yes.
And before you do PvPing, get some form of stability with your character. You know, gather a good chunk of resources, have 2 or 3 sets of gear just sitting around, and you don't have to gather. You can play this game just PvPing and buying your gear off the auction house. But it's going to get costly. You need some form of income. If you're playing with a bunch of friends, you get enough kills, you can make money just killing people in this game.
And that's the way a lot of people did it to begin with. It's tamed down a lot since the launch. But, yeah, they still... You still have people that make all their money off of ganking. And they found sneaky ways to do it at this point. Be careful if you see a red in a tunnel because there might be 5 of them hidden. We have stories about that too.
You won't learn anything from studying this item. Did we unlock T3 while I was not paying attention? Great.
Did you?
Great.
Looks like you're ahead of me. Even though I've had this character since before this tutorial, I am very new with him. He basically, I unlocked him just to unlock an island. So.
Yes, that's the perfect rule to go by. Don't wear what you can't afford to replace or you can't replace.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, sometimes you're going to risk it because you want, but yeah, you're going to die. You're going to die. If you like something, I always have the rule. I either die and everybody else lives, or everybody lives, or I live and everybody else dies. So if you see me running, you know you're going to die. So that's just how it works.
And those of you that are just joining, feel free to ask anything. We will do our best to answer all of your questions. We should know pretty much everything about it.
Everything.
We've been here since before launch, so just let us know, and we will do what we can. We appreciate any sort of feedback. If you just want to chat about anything, just ask, and we'll talk. We're pretty friendly people, so.
Well, I'm glad you're friendly, babe.
Oh, I'm glad you're friendly too.
And the nice part about skinning, a lot of people run around and they'll kill a lot of mobs. Some of the mobs drop mounts and things like that, which is just a rare proc from that mob. And if you're skinning, you can go clean out a whole zone that somebody did all the work of killing them, and you just snag the leather and go about your life. So it's one of the pros of it.
Alright, let's see. What weapon do I need to start unlocking this mage staff?
T2 fire.
T2 fire? Which means I need to figure out what I need to craft it. Wooden ore. Do you have those that I can just
Yeah, I'll
grab
make you
from
one.
you?
Give me a second here. I'll head to town. And by the way, if you noticed with these mounts, when you're gathering, if your mount's around you, depending on the mount, it will carry some of the weight.
Yep. The higher tier the mount, depending on the mount, the more weight it'll carry. But there are some mounts that do not add to the carry weight. For example, the armored horses, it's just your backpack space. But you also have accessories. The backpack accessory will make it so you can carry more there too.
And remember, if you're off your mount and say you're gathering and a PKer comes, if you get on your mount, you get bonus armor for being on that mount, and they have to actually kill the mount, and then you'll fall off, which resets your cooldowns, so you can either flee or you can fight. But if you're off gathering and they walk up and they hit you, your mount will disappear, and when you get out of the circle, say if you're on an ox and you have a high amount of stuff on you, your carry weight might go up to 200, so you're just a sitting duck while they sit and kill you. So always be aware of how much you have on you, what mount you're riding. When I'm black zone farming, I usually take an armored horse, which is the exact backpack weight as you carry, because if they knock you down, you're never overweight. You know exactly how much you have.
Yep, and there are some other things that can help negate that weight as well. There are pies that you can eat that give you an additional percentage for your weight. Those can help as well. Like if you start to go overweight and stuff, then you can pop one of those pies and you have some leeway. Or higher tier mats. Those also, the pies, they will increase your gathering yield. So those are a good thing if you're a gatherer to have when you go out.
So, Morvis, what do you do in the medical field? Just curious. You said you worked in a hospital. Are you a nurse? Are you, a doctor?
Fire stuff.
You in here, babe? I got some wood for you.
Okay, wood and ore. I keep forgetting to use my focus, and that's the quest that I need to do with this. Oh, cook.
Oh, hospitality. Oh, my goodness. All right. Sorry. Someday when I grow up, I would love to be a cook. I mean, he's in the hospital. You just work in the... I have to keep this PG, so...
Oh, it's not a problem, Morbos.
I'm getting old. I blame it on age, so... And I was hoping you were a doctor, I was just wondering why you didn't have 10 founder accounts and everything else. I wish I knew how to cook. I can make top ramen and it tastes delicious. One thing I would suggest, this game plays a lot better on PC. If you're looking at, this is like cross-platform. You can play it on pretty much any tablet, anything like that. You can play it on your cell phone. I hear the cell phone works a lot better than even tablets. So I would suggest playing it on a computer. If you are going to play it on like a phone, just be prepared that it's not going to run the greatest. So, hey.
Hello, Kiowa. How are you doing today?
If you have any questions, anything like that, feel free to ask away. So we're starting from the beginning. So the new tutorial to this game, they did a great job, but you kind of get to where you're at this town, and I guess we're going to work our way out and see where we end up. So
Yep.
And on the plus side, there's refining stations in these zones right as we come out. So we need to go find us some T3. And I never advise upswinging, but for the starting, you're going to have to upswing a little bit. So
we are new to streaming, Kiowa. We've actually been playing Albion since before the launch, so we've been here for quite a while.
We just started streaming yesterday, so it's new. We figured we're here, we're playing, we might as well hang out, share some of what we're doing. So
Yep, and we're helping out with new players that are thinking about coming and playing, so we decided that might be a good place to start.
We actually were streaming a lot of different content yesterday, and then it turned out that most of our chat was new people wondering about the game, so we figured it's been a long time since we've started at the beginning, so let's start over and just play it from the beginning. So
we appreciate all the views, everybody watching. It really helps us out to have those of you that are interacting, and even those of you that are just watching, just because, well, it gets people to be able to see what we're doing, and the more people that see, the more that others are going to be able to see, and we might be able to help one of those others. So
my favorite parts of Albion, honestly, with the new stuff, would be the new random dungeons. I think it's probably one of the best things Albion, the developers, could have put into the game. So I feel like it brings everybody back together. I felt like early game content as you were going through, you kind of hit a cap of where there was no group activities. You more or less had to go out and solo fame. You had a solo group, and I feel like it's starting to bring everybody back together, which is very nice.
Yeah, the faming was an absolute pain before because you had to find groups of people that really didn't want to go faming, that or being a guild that liked to go faming. With the random dungeons, people want to do them because they have a lot of good reward in them. So it's a lot easier to just get your character built, plus the fact that they've made it easier to fame up.
I feel like any game that kind of makes you have to interact with other people, it is always a good thing in my book. So, and gathering is a great thing. I have some max level gathering on one of my characters, and sometimes you just want to go put on a good soundtrack, go hang out, and play the game. So, which is not a bad thing. So.
Gathering's mostly what I did as well, just because I didn't like the dungeon faming. But now that they've got this, I'm I'm rather enjoying it at this point.
I mean, T7's not bad to gather, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
It's better than T6. At least you have multiple hits. So. And everybody will learn as you go through the game. The higher the tier of resources, the more hits you have on the node. Excluding T3. Yes. When you get T3, you're going to have a little bit more here.
T8 everything. Awesome.
You need to go outside, all right? When you're T8 everything, you know, the sun. Obviously, you can see how pasty white I am. I don't go outside, so work forces me to go outside. Now, Albion's a good game. The nice thing is there's stuff to do. I just hope they keep adding to it. I'd like to see some more endgame things like bosses. I have a mixed thing on that. I wouldn't mind if they just restarted the server and everybody starts fresh every so often. You know, everybody would hate that, but at least it makes things new. You know, you sit at endgame gathering the same stuff, and which is fun.
Oh, I'd hate it. Takes me forever to get up in anything. Yeah, no top 10 leaderboard for me.
Ah, you don't want the restart? Yeah.
I'm with you there, Kiowa. I'm very much with you there.
I played since the second alpha test, and I've been restarted so many times, and it's just one of those things that you are used to. The thing I have a hard time with how it is going into something new. I always feel like you pick one thing and you stick with it, and you're that thing forever. And the nice part about tests, or when they restarted servers, I'd always try a different weapon, new things.
What do you think, Love?
Oh. So gold right now is high. The thing you got to remember if you do get the sub and the gold, spend your gold wisely. Spend it on future investments in the game, like farming. Put it into farms. Upgrade your personal island. Don't just go buy gear with your money. If you're going to go spend your gold, make long-term money so that you don't have to keep resubbing every time. That's the thing I see a lot of people do, is me, personally. I go buy gear. I gear trade, gear swap, switch specs all the time. And it is not a good investment long-term.
Yeah, building up those laborer houses takes some
Scarlet,
time.
however, she does island. She does horses, and she always has money. So,
Yeah.
and then due to marriage, you know, 50% of her money is my money. Wait, all
Or
of her
like
money is
90
our
to
money.
100%.
So, you know, I'm such a great husband when it comes to that kind of stuff. So,
Oh, by the way, even peaceful creatures, if they're all grouped together and they're the same type of creature, will all attack. So be careful when it comes to those, otherwise you might find yourself overwhelmed.
and with the sub combo, you should, after 1 month of playing, even less than that, never have to buy a resub if you do everything right. There is a ton of ways to make money. Just prepare to spend it on a sub. Before you do anything else, sub up for the next month. And then all your extra
Yep.
money, do something else. In 30 days, you can always make enough money to resub. So, I mean, you didn't hear that there. Everybody would say, you know, go buy a thing, you know. But realistically, you can always have multiple characters even if you do everything right. So,
Yeah, the aspects that Kia was talking about, those are a great way to both get a lot of resources in a short amount of time, as well as getting a lot of skill towards the resource that they are. It's a very good way to unlock your skills.
and to clarify on aspects, yeah, I got my 3 days premium up here, you know. I'm going hardcore, so don't be telling anybody you get 3 days free, but I can't buy an island with 3 days free. That's what I got told, so it's just sad days.
Yep, have to have at least 30 days.
By the way, I'm going to a dead end. Don't go where I go. And you can change your mini-map to where it actually shows like what's right in front of you, so. Hey, don't be telling any of the secrets of how to make money, alright? I mean, you should tell us all the secrets of how to make money.
Yeah, we'll be going into different ways that people might be able to use to make money, and then people will be able to decide from there and tweak it their own ways, and hopefully we help some people out with figuring out how they can with a low character.
Have you noticed with the aspects, I was curious, that their spawn time is reduced, or are you still seeing the same amount of aspects, by the way? I think the premium for characters fluctuates depending on the gold market and everything
Yes.
else. I think with an influx of players, you're going to see silver values either rise or drop. It's going to be one or the other. Usually it rises. Everybody's wanting to sell their gold for silver, so the rate of silver is going to increase a ton early game. So especially with 2 weeks from now, free to play, the price of silver is going to go crazy. So hang on to your gold, you know, especially if you do buy it right now. Wait until it's free to play, because you're going to have all these kids coming in. If they like it, people are going to spend money. They're going to want to sell that gold. So, and you might be able to get more out of it later in the game. So just think long term when it comes to spending your money and stuff.
But yeah, holding 3 characters on premium, it's doable.
And you can
but-
do it, depending on what you do, you can make 2 or 3 million silver a day by just running crates from
Resources
zone to
around.
zone to zone.
Yeah,
And we'll
crates
get into that when
around.
we get into Bridge Watch. We're still a little ways out from there, so. And then we'll get into the faction side of things. But just be
Yep.
careful with those. There's always the risk that you could lose them, so.
Yes.
Just remember, don't take out of a safe zone what you're not willing to just give away.
We'll set them off.
I don't know. Actually, let's go craft and see what we need for this. Refining is easy early game. So right now, refining is easy. The issue is when you're getting into other towns, somebody owns that building if you're doing it in a town. You can build a personal island. You can build all of the crafting stations up. You can make your own buildings. But long term, those buildings, you're not going to get the profitable resources. So remember, every single town, every single starter town has a resource that you get extra resources when refining it. So Bridgewatch, you get an increase to your stone. Every town around, at least in the Royal Continent, gives you a bonus. So the best return for your resources is going into town. Well, the tax rate on those buildings can fluctuate depending on who owns the station. So you might have to shop around for the best bang for your buck. But if you can do everything on your island, you can set it up, which is great. But you're not getting those benefits long term. So be aware of that. And the best place to go crafting is join a guild, work your way to a guild that's out in the black zone. And a lot of these guilds, I'll probably click one that doesn't have anything. They're going to have crafting stations on them. And you get a return rate out there as well. So just remember that as you're playing early game, you're going to be stuck in the Royal Continent. And you move from town to town. Get the best out of your resources, but don't. Some towns, Fort Sterling, perfect example. It's owned by one person. It's 40% tax rate. You might not profit from doing all of your T3, T4 here, depending on how much silver you have. And you could bankrupt yourself or take all of your money by just refining early game. So make sure, use your money wisely, use the return on resources wisely, and go from there. And we appreciate the follow, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you still hear me well? I just shifted how I am. I'll lower my mic. That should be working now.
Honestly, when they start making it to where you have to use, instead of just going to a repair station and repairing your gear, at some point in time they might implement where you have to actually have resources to repair your gear instead of just spending money. So our goal with this project, honestly, where we're starting here is we're going from fresh character with nothing to premium to setting up an island to going into the end game. We want to show people start to finish of what a character plays out to be. So that's our goal with this, is to kind of give a good base for new people coming in as they're looking at the game. You know, you don't have to have premium. You don't have to use your wallet to play Albion. Truly, this is a game you sit back and enjoy with friends. Good times, you know, and that's where we're going with this. So, and I'd like to see the community of Albion. When we were looking at it, the streamers, most people stream just for GVG times. It seemed like there was a window missing of just people going out. Everybody's endgame already that's playing. We're even endgame ourselves. So we want to kind of bring some of the starting stuff. You know, everybody progresses through, and these characters are just going to be used on our stream itself. So there's no going to be us feeding these characters extra from our other characters or anything like that. It's just a new, fresh fill on the game, you know? I think with the influx of the new free-to-play model that's going to be released, it's going to be a good time, at least for new people to see it. There's going to be a lot of people looking at the game, and we want there to be a stream that's just not always PvP, always GVGs, you know? That's the fun stuff of the game, but there's a lot more to the game than just going out and losing your sets of gear. Like, that's the fun part, you know? But
Yeah.
there's work involved into getting to that level, so. And we appreciate the follow, by the way. Stole my poll.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stole My Poll.
Awesome,
Woot.
awesome. We're glad you're getting in.
And Ricky Tiki Tabby, if you want to come,
You're more than
run
welcome
with
to join
just
us,
feel free
so-
to join us.
We're currently in Steep Cross. We're going to be working our way to Bridge Watch, and we're going to be going from there, so. And if as you're progressing, you need help with anything, have any questions, you know, let us know.
Or are you working towards Bridgewatch? Or
I'm going to get towards Bridge Watch eventually. I'm just talking. Obviously, you know. I better start crafting stuff, so.
Oh, I'll just steal some of your tin ore. How about that? That way I can.
And I get
my-
distracted easily, so.
Yeah, he's very easily distracted. Appreciate the support, Ricky Tiki Tabby. We love new players. We've actually been trying to help support new players since before we've been streaming, just helping with getting them started with expeditions and all that. We found it a little bit difficult to find people that want to interact with you for the most part before the random dungeons, so it's getting a lot easier now that the random dungeons are involved.
And if you guys notice, I'm crafting a little bit of up tier from where I'm at. I'm getting ready to go Fame here to unlock towards our T4. So I figured the best way, get your T2, because when you're going to go out, T2 to T3 super fast. T3 to T4 is a little bit of a grind, but it's still pretty quick, so.
Yeah, the ZVZs can get pretty chaotic, and a lot of the times all it is lag ball.
So just remember with the ZVZs, that's like guilds more or less massing up to fight each other. In red zones and in the Royal Continent, as you're working your way through, there's going to be this number on the bottom of how many red players are in that zone. If you see that number jump up to 30, you might want to move.
Or if you see a murder ball coming your way.
Yes, and as people mass up, you're going to see a red ball.
Yeah,
So-
there'll be a big red circle on your map if there's too many players in one
That's when you go on
single
vacation
spot.
to a different
Yeah,
zone,
yeah,
even
that's
if
when
it's
you
your
dip
favorite.
out of there
So.
pretty quick.
Because this game, even if you're in the best gear, 5 or 6 T4 geared players can kill you. So, gear matters, but everything's scaled down in the Royal Continent. You have an item level of your character, your average item power, that is actually scaled in the lower zone. So, once you get out of the Royal Continent, everything scales back up. So,
Sounds like Stole My Pole lives up to his name. Ninja loots everything from Zergs.
yeah, you're that guy on the ox running around picking up all the loot. Yeah, we know your kind, all right? When we go through all the work of killing somebody, you're running across because you know you can't loot when you're fighting in a Zerg, so that never happens. Except for every Zerg there is. You must be an Arch player. That seems like something an Arch shows up. They usually tend to show up with all their oxes.
Hey now. Hey now.
No, good thing in this game, get in a good guild, find people to interact with. There's a lot of lower level guilds and progress up, you know what I mean? If the guild's not giving you what you're looking for in the game, find somebody else. So, not saying guild hopping is a good thing, but you'll find that group of people that you can hang out and play with, and it always makes the game a lot better, so.
Yep. They can take a little bit to find the guild that you're, that you mesh well with too. I'm guessing you're back out in the zone.
Yeah, I'm crafting up my T3 set of gear. I need some more ore. And every mob you can leash to a certain point, but you might have to kill them depending on how the mob is. Some aggro, some don't, so. And just don't become too attached to your gear. That's the thing in this game. Like, don't make it personal. If somebody comes and kills you, you know, they're not doing it out of spite to get you. You know, it just happens. Everybody's gonna die at some point in time. So.
Oh, there's always trolls. Don't get us wrong.
But
about
be
that.
prepared
There's
for the
always
invisible
trolls.
guys. So in red zones, just so you know, if this shows 0 or it shows 1, there might be 6 guys invis in a tunnel waiting for you on your mammoth to ride through.
Yeah, your mammoth carrying 100% capacity of high tier mats and masterwork gear.
Don't donate that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't be that guy.
Don't donate that. That's what keeps them doing it.
Don't feed the trolls, then we'll get more. If you want to be that person, I suggest you just go unlock daggers, get a set of claws, and just never leave the red zone. So.
Some of us hunt those people specifically, though.
Everything you said we already knew, more or less.
Well, here's
Where
what
did
you
I
didn't
get?
know. Two of those
Nope,
special
not yet.
tiny farms haven't enough.
The joys. I'm sorry you guys get to watch me farm T3, you know, the joys.
Yeah, we'll try to make it as interesting for you guys as we can.
When we get
Maybe
into
I'll red up
T4
and go
gear
attack
and we
him.
can get out,
Oh,
yeah.
darn, this is a blue zone. Can't do that.
Oh, I'll go faction up with Martlock. We can get it right here, so.
We appreciate your guys' comments. We appreciate your guys' watching. Those of you that have just started watching, just let us know if there's any questions you have, anything you want us to go over, and we'll answer your questions to the best of our knowledge, okay?
And if it gets too boring, we could talk about bows, so. I love me some archery.
There's a lot to do in the beginning. It's something where your first set of gear that you put together is probably not going to be what you decide to stick with in the end. At least they make it so that you get pretty quick to where you're going, at least to T4. T4, we'll show you some pretty cool things about T4 once we get there.
So are you playing solo for your aspects, or are you going with a group right now? I'm taking it if you're doing solo, you're playing Druid Staff. Yeah, they're a lot better with 2 people.
Yeah.
We've done several duos. One, it takes too long. You can do it, but I hate sitting somewhere doing the same thing for like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, we watched somebody
I need your
rage
friend.
because
Whatever
they were
friend
doing
you
it.
have, you can share him with me. I'll take all the loot.
Yeah, we actually got to watch somebody rage because they were doing one and then somebody reset it on them. Oh, they were mad.
So what aspects are you killing right now? You out doing ore, stone, fiber?
Oh yeah, that's nice.
So you're a good friend. You share. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. See, this is Kiowa's way of making his premium.
Farming aspects, selling T6. I figured T6 with the patch would have ended up increasing in price, but it seems like it's still coming in at a decent rate, which is a good thing.
Nice.
What zone you in so we can send all 6 people here your way? I mean, we would never do such a thing.
Yeah. Blue Army, right?
Yeah, once you get to endgame and you can gather T8 and everything, it tends to add up a lot faster. And the longer
Yeah, it
you put in
does.
this game, the easier it is to make money. So, I mean, you get a good T8 3-node, even a 7 3-node, and you can pay for almost a month of premium right there. So, though I've seen the prices, it seems like the .3 stuff is going to drop just with these new dungeons because everybody's going out in their T6, T6-1 and just having a good time. So, I got to get to 1,000, all right? That's where we're working towards. I got goals.
1,000 what?
1,000 silver.
Well, what do you need 1,000 silver for?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet?
We got to get towards that premium.
You could always sell
A
that
good
gold.
thing for starting for people, though, is don't get overwhelmed by the Destiny board. You know, look into it. Have an idea of what kind of character you want to create before you create it. And then look in the direction that you need to go from there. Look at the weapons, you know, what it's going to take to unlock it. To unlock any mage casting weapons, say you want to be a frost staff, you know, that option's there. Do a little bit of research before you just start jumping down, because early game, it's hard to run back and swap weapons. Say you start out melee and all of a sudden you want to be a caster. You know, put a little research into reading the board itself. You know, spend some time going through it, seeing what weapons you want, what abilities you're looking for. And just because you can be everything doesn't mean it's going to work, you know. Solo play compared to group play, think about those builds. Do you want to play with a party? You know, healing in this game is not the funnest solo grind build in the world. You know, you can do it, you can run out, you can be a healer. Same with the tank. You kill mobs slower solo. But in group play, right now, especially with the random dungeons, there's going to be spots for a tank to where you can fame up as a tank or fame up as a healer. And usually I say if you want to play a tank or a healer, find a DPS weapon to play also. Maybe have two builds. You don't have to dedicate yourself into one just so that you can run out and farm mobs as you're in the open world itself, or that you can escape other people. You know, there's builds just for running away.
Most people will run at least 2 different weapons depending on what they're doing. They'll have one weapon for certain things and they'll have another weapon for other things. I personally, I have a tanking set that I do, and I also have a dagger set that I do for my solo play and my around the world play.
And pick a cheap weapon.
Yeah.
I always say that.
Don't be me. Don't be me.
So you have an option of regular weapons and artifact weapons once you get to T4. Pick a cheap weapon early game, especially when you're new before you have money. Pick one of the regular weapons, or look at the price of the artifact weapons or the item to use it before you just go dumping all your points into that, or that's what you're going to play. Because say a weapon costs 100k, you have your first 100k, you go out and you die. I mean, all your stuff's lost. So put a little bit of thought into like what route you're going early. So I don't think anybody can guess what I'm going for.
Those of you that have just started watching, please let us know any questions that you have. We love comments, and we'll do our best to answer everything that you could possibly ask under the sun. So,
and if we can't, somebody in this chat can obviously, you know, 50 mil here. They got you. So someday when I grow up, I'll have money like that.
Not with how quickly you go through gear sets.
I think early game is some of the funner parts of the game because you're kind of learning everything. You're trying to figure out the Destiny board, figure out all the skills, and it kind of just progresses as you get out of there. You want to go do a dungeon right here?
Sure. Let me drop everything I have off.
I'll meet you up at this one.
Yeah, let's do a little faming just to break up what we're doing.
Obviously, everybody's tired of watching me gather T3, so...
Well, we need to unlock to T3 anyway. Do we not?
I got my T3 set sitting on me.
Yeah, I still need to make mine. Hey, you're gonna let me borrow all your mats, right?
Yep, you can have anything that you want, babe.
I should be good with what I've got on me.
My thing with the leather aspects, whenever we find them, they always tend to be right next to a portal, so...
Yeah, that doesn't quite work when it comes to trying not to die.
And welcome anybody that's new to watching. If you have any questions on the game, feel free to ask away. We'll help you out the best we can.
Yeah, we appreciate all the viewers. It makes it really fun with you guys, so we're really enjoying the streaming, so.
Honestly, we started yesterday and we had a blast yesterday. We're having a blast today, so
Yep.
I enjoy the game. Albion's one of those games that's just, you know, you can sit back, you can play, you know. You don't have to commit your whole entire life to it, so. Or do you? You know. What's the true cost of Albion? For me, out of Albion, I probably have a little different than most, but I actually, this beautiful woman right here came from me actually playing Albion.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a funny story with that, too. It's not me that was playing with him. It was my mom. He was gaming with my mom for 3 years before we ever met.
Then I went and met her mom in real life and ended up with a wife. We have a beautiful son since then, and, you know, it's been several years of being married, so...
It's been quite the adventure.
And we are kind of new back to Albion. We started about 3 months ago. Getting back into it. We took a break while our son's been growing up a little bit. We figured, you know, gaming's one thing, but we got to get our family going too in the right direction. So it's been a good break.
Yeah.
Now we're just getting back into it good. So any of you guys have any questions, anything like that, let us know. Or if you need to know where an aspect is, you know, somebody in chat can hook you up. She was into gaming before, just not the games that I was playing. She really didn't even like Albion. Albion took some coaxing and a lot of work on my end, so... She comes from a UO background, I come from a WoW background, so, you know...
Yeah, the game that shaped me growing up, I actually learned to type in UO. I was still just growing up when I started playing that with my family growing up, and sort of the saying that we had growing up was the family that plays together stays together, and it's been pretty true when it comes to that. I still game with my mom. She and my siblings, they're actually just coming back to this. They just moved to a different state and everything that they've actually been trying to get to for a few years. So they've got themselves a nice little place that they're trying to build up at the moment, and they're just barely getting to where they can start gaming again. So you'll probably see them a couple of times during our streams, and yeah, it's just really fun to know that we can game with them and still have some, I guess you'd say, some closeness despite how distant they are.
And I'm a late bloomer when it comes to video games. Actually, when I was growing up and everything like that, we did not video game. I grew up on a farm. Like, video gaming was not the thing that we did, so... But as I got older, I worked out in the oil field, actually, which no time was working 85, 90 hours a week. Working on a blasting crew, I used to blow oil locations to make them. So I drove a John Henry, and then I ended up switching careers. I decided I wanted a more stable job, that I was at home and ended up becoming an EMT. Got the job that I have now, and I ended up with some off time, and that's where I picked up gaming. And since then, you know, I drowned myself in WoW for a long time, way too long, and then realized that game was going nowhere. So, you know, I decided, I actually saw Albion, started playing Albion, and I've made a lot of friends in Albion, which is a good thing. So a lot of real life friends. I've actually met several of the people I started playing Albion with years ago in the alpha, so it's kind of one of those good experiences for me anyways. Later in life, but I enjoy it, so. Yeah, I'm not your typical gamer. I ride horses, shoot guns, go camping. You know, the outdoor experience was well before the gaming side, so.
Yeah, we have a good little balance to us. Yeah. Opposite. But
Opposites
it makes for a good
attract,
life.
though, you know.
It makes for really good life because we go out, we get out into the mountains. Where we live is actually surrounded by mountains, so we have a new adventure any direction we want to go.
And I think with any video games or anything in general, if you don't like what you're doing, change it up. You know, there's always a game. That's one of the
Yeah.
things I like about Albion. It seems to be getting better. You know, the more time I've put into it, like the developers, they haven't given up on it. A lot of games, you know, if they're not the best start, you know, these guys are sticking with it. So long term, this game is going to be a good game to invest time into. I've enjoyed it myself, so, and it's grown throughout the years, so.
Yeah, and it's such a relaxing game too. You can go and just do whatever you want. You can get hyped up on going out into the Black Zone solo and trying to get your pack filled before somebody finds you and gets you. Or you can just roam around the yellow and blue zones and just take it easy. And yeah, our son, he has absolutely been loving everything. We appreciate the comments, 4 Steps.
And I'm one of those kind of people, you know, if I want to try something, I'll go do it, you know. We decided a few weeks ago we wanted to start streaming, you know. We figured we're here, we're doing it together, you know, and it felt like there was something that was missing from Albion, you know. There's a lot of GVG streams, things like that, but there's not a lot of the beginning tutorials, especially with people that know how to play it. So, not saying I'm the best player by all means, but I enjoy it. So, we figured, you know, while we're home, we're together, we spend time playing, you know, we're gonna share that with you guys. So I hope you like it. Hey, we don't mind lurkers, so you want to lurk around, that's just fine. I do like the fact that you're out in chat, though.
Yep.
It's nice to have something or someone talking with us, so, you know, makes the game float by, so.
That's awesome to hear.
The hardest part we had is finding games that we like to play together.
Yeah.
Like, I play FPS type games, things like that. WoW, we tried WoW. She does not like WoW,
No,
you know. It's finding that balance, you know.
Albion is the good balance for both of us. Because it's got the stuff he likes and it's got a lot of stuff I like. And he's starting to get my feet wet when it comes to the PvP side of thing, which I'm looking forward to that at this point. I'm starting to get a little bloodthirsty, I found.
Now, for anybody who's new and watching, your abilities on the bottom are determined by what gear you're wearing. Each item, gear piece has one ability that goes onto it.
I need more
And then the weapon will have your 3. Your Q, W, and E all come from your weapon. And the farther you progress up the destiny tree, like we just unlocked T3 here, with our weapons, you'll see the tree itself starts to progress with you. And then our next goal is to T4, and then you pick a weapon from there, and then it branches down into more or less the end game of where you're pushing the specialization of that weapon up along with the main item. And once you get to 100 out of 100 on this, it'll actually start taking a little bit of silver, which gives you combat credits. And those combat credits you can spend on other items once you get them basically unlocked at T4, or you can respec if you would like. I'm not a big fan of saying respec. I've done it before myself, but it costs a lot of money and you lose 20% of the fame that you put into it. So an early game, put the time into the low level stuff. If you don't like something, swap it up. There's no point in, because end game, if you grind something out to T8 and you don't like it and want to switch, it's a lot more of find the balance of what you play.
I need T3 wood. I think there is a wood zone out of this, love.
So are you new to gaming altogether then? I'm taking it for. And we appreciate the follow, by the way.
Yep. Bridge Cross does look like it's a good one to start with, because it does have wood out this zone, love.
And make sure you check out what resources each zone has before you pick a main town. Think about, are you going to have cloth? Do you need cloth? Does that zone have it? Like, what zones are around it? Because usually most zones are pretty close to another zone. So if you got to run a couple tiles to get somewhere, that's not that bad. So
Moribos, it is completely on the time you're willing to put into your character. You can unlock every single thing on your Destiny board up to T8. It just takes quite a bit to unlock each of those. And then once you even unlock them to T8, you can still specialize in those things up to, there's steps of 100 in them. Why don't you show them there?
Yeah, I'm going to... So with each weapon, once you get it, then you can progress to, it'll be just that exact mace combat, heavy mace combat, Morning Star combat, and then you have the relic weapons themselves that give you them.
Yeah,
and the
so
end game goal
lot
for that is to get all of those to 400. So it's more or less 400 on those, but then you have your gear as well. So when you start unlocking your gear, then each of those items you have. So there's a lot to do. It's a lot of time. That's the thing. And if you want to skip ahead, there's always the LP points. I just say be careful with them early. I suggest putting them into a gathering skill if you like gathering, because there's more money to be made in that route than there is to just fighting. Fighting, you're going to naturally unlock it as you go. So
Yep.
you're not going to make it end game overnight. So it's not a game where you just show up and tomorrow you're fully maxed on gear, best stuff. Some people can grind it out in a couple months, but most people, take the time, play the game, experience it. Don't just try to run to end game, because the game, there's a lot to do and it's a lot more fun as you work through it. So
Yeah, 4 steps. This game is incredibly fun. It would be a very good game to play with your group, especially when it comes to the randomized dungeons and such. We'll try to let you get a taste for that. I'm not sure when we're going to be able to actually start those, but if you keep following, it's going to be pretty quick in the future that we'll be able to start showing those.
yeah, we're going to get into the group content. Once we get to T4 unlock, we're going to start finding us some random dungeons.
Well, congrats, Kiowa. Glad you got that.
It only took 20 minutes. Don't
yeah.
worry. Nice of you to join us again,
And this was the
Your friend needs a
leather
different
aspect,
weapon,
right?
all right? Or is your friend the healer? You might need a different weapon.
And this was the leather aspect, right?
We'll go do a dungeon real quick. I think I can do it in T3. We'll see.
I'm trying to get my wood fast. I finally found some T3. Then I'll be ready to come.
So this game has some instanced combat, which is like portals. You can do them out of town expeditions. I suggest you go to the open world for these, but there is some solo content that you can do. And it's more or less you work your way through a dungeon. There's a boss at the end, you know. With the new random dungeons, there's actually depths to it. And loot chests as you progress through it. So, which is a fun way to spend time with your friends. That's like the new thing and everybody's there. But it's a good way to get fame and get to do some content. So,
and you get some good loot there at times.
Obviously, black zones have better drops than other zones, but
T4 and T5 randomized dungeons are pretty fun too, though. I enjoy them.
oh, you died. That's what it sounds like. You had to restart, huh? I've been there. I've been there more than once.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like about this game. That's one of the reasons why I go with this game, is because you don't have to get bored.
We can't be friends right now, babe. I love you. Just remember that.
I love you too. But you don't get bored. If you find that you are not in the mood to do something, you can go do something else. They have plenty of content here. There is plenty to do.
And that's the thing, change it up, you know. You'll burn yourself out. Don't get in too big of a hurry to be one thing. That's one thing I have learned with this game. If you get in and say, I'm gonna be the best gatherer in the world, and that's all you're gonna do, you're gonna burn yourself really quick, you know. Always break it up. Find something else to do. Do some PvP. Find some PvE, you know.
Yeah, one of the things we like to do is every hour on the hour, there is a chest that fills with relics in some of the zones, and it's something where if you don't want to go out and do red zone or black zone PvPing, it'll give you a taste of the PvP without having the risk involved. It's pretty enjoyable. We try to go out and get those as often as we can. Sometimes it's a huge fight, sometimes nobody else shows up, but it does give you a taste of fighting with other players and stuff like that, so you can, a little bit of preparing. That's how my husband started getting me into the PvP, was going and doing those with me so I could get some safe practice.
And unlike most games nowadays, you actually have to dodge abilities.
Yeah.
Not that it will really hurt in this early stuff, but as you get later into dungeons, don't be the guy sitting in the fire.
Yeah, you
Just
can
word of
wipe
advice,
a group
you know.
quick. You can wipe
Don't
a
be
group
that
pretty
guy.
quick. Alright, I should have enough T3 wood to make my weapon now so that I can come and do some faming with you.
And this is just a low-level expedition. When you get to the main town, we'll show you the T4. And actually, T4s are not a bad thing to do every day on a new character.
Yep.
You get a sigil for doing them.
One sigil.
And most people farm T6, so the T4 ones really aren't farmed that much anymore. So
Yeah, and it's like, I think the last time I checked, it was 25,000 silver for one T4 sigil. And you can get one of those per day.
So, with abilities and stuff, once I have a character selected, if I push that ability, it will go up until I hit them with that ability. There is no tab targeting in this game. It drives me crazy. I always wish you could push tab and go through the characters, just because that's what I was used to before I played. So if you're used to that, you're going to have to click on everybody. So you have right and left click. When you right click, it moves you without targeting anybody. And then if you left click, then you select the person. So,
Well, I think he's asking more if he can dodge the basic attacks.
with these guys, most basic attacks you're gonna eat. So the basic attacks come through anyways. But all the ground effects, if you watch when it goes red here, that's all by this mob, and you can interrupt them depending on what weapon you have. Like I have 2 interrupts, which is my W and my E. And once they're off cooldown, let's see if this mob will get another one.
Yeah, some things are interruptible.
So you see that going? Then you can interrupt it. So
it depends on the mob.
So some abilities have skill shots. So when you go, let's go to a bow for example. I think that'll probably be the best thing. So a war bow. The E on a war bow is actually, it will project in that thing, so you can actually dodge that ability. If you know what's going to be coming and you anticipate it, you can dodge it. So their E goes on cooldown and they did nothing to you. So a good thing to learn if you want to get in the PvP side of things, know every weapon. So if you're 1v1ing somebody, you know what they have on cooldown, when it's on cooldown. And that's just, you'll learn as you go through the game. You know, it comes down to, there is some skill involved in when you use an ability. Some abilities give you like an immunity shield. Well, if you pop it at the wrong time, you can lose a fight or win a fight. So it's all about perfect timings, learning those timings. And you'll get used to it once you start playing, so.
Yeah. Matter of figuring it out, and that comes just with practice.
Practice and time, like
Yep.
anything, you know, you're not going to be good at it the first time you play. Just put some time into learning it right. So.
Yep.
And it never hurts to die. Be prepared to die in this game, and don't be mad when you do.
Yeah.
I've raged my fair share from dying, and you know, it really at the end of the day it means nothing. So.
And I am now ready to come find you, love.
I'm about halfway through this dungeon, babe.
That's fine. I can still come find you. Yeah, I tend to be slow when it comes to doing everything.
And this game is very much skill-based. I've played with some people that are super, super good, and any weapon is viable if you learn how to play it. If you learn the mechanics of that weapon, you know, you're going to learn, early game, you're going to switch weapons. You're going to play different comps, you know. You might think you want to go in and be a sword and board kind of player, and you might realize really quick that that's just not the play style you like. And there is a lot of variety, so don't be... If you switch weapons, you switch, and you might come back to the other one a month later and be like, hey, you know, I didn't give that a good enough shot, or you didn't spend enough time playing it, so...
Or you found an ability on later ones that you think could be pretty awesome.
That's the joys of this game. It progresses, you know, and don't always go with the meta build. If you see somebody running one build
It's not
and you don't want to play
best.
it, put the time into what you enjoy, you know.
Hey, which dungeon did you go into?
I'm just in the instance one right now. An
Oh, the
expedition.
instance one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, babe.
That's not a problem. Well, I'll go start getting some XP on one of these open world ones then.
And there are skill shots that can make or break. There's a fire staff that does a meteor. And if you're good at it in ZVZ and you can time it perfectly with somebody else's stun or somebody else's lockdown, you can pretty much wipe a whole nother team with just one ability. So,
Yeah.
but if you put it at the wrong time and they know it's down, they might push on top of you, you know. You got to have that thread of knowing when to use it and when not to use it. So, and it pays off if you do it right. So,
This is a really fun game. It's one that I really enjoy it. us.
Yeah, if you guys get in game and you want to group with us, when we get to T4, we are more than welcome to run with anybody. If you guys want to do some low-level random dungeons, anything like that, like, we do not mind. So
Yeah, you don't even need to be T4 for us to run with you.
And if you want to come carry me in your T8 gear and hold my hair for me, or I'll hold your hair while you kill everything. My English is top notch today, just so everybody knows. I actually don't like the base character eye level. I wish they would remove that from the game. I feel like you should have the eye level of what gear you're wearing, you know? Because most people tend to run the content one way or the other, and I feel like... But then at the same time, there is that balancing thing. New players, it benefits them a lot, so... Because then it makes it equal skill level. You get on a chest, you're new in T4, you can more or less fight anybody, so...
And we appreciate the question, Skidillo.
I wish they just did away with eye levels. I wish it wasn't a number. I wish they could just see your gear. I always feel like games with eye levels, it's just like when WoW first did the eye level stuff. Like, it wasn't based on the skill of a player. It was based on a number. You know, just because you have 1,000, you have a 1,400 eye level, doesn't mean you're a 1,400 eye level player. You know, I think that's in every game, you know.
And it does make it so that some people restrict who they let run with them too, which is not a good thing.
I always feel like the player behind the keyboard is more valuable, you know? I used to do a lot of mythic, heroic raiding in WoW back in the day. And some of the people I played with, like, they were top-notch. Like, you could not find players. Like, they skip
Jab.
everything. Hey, I know you, Jab.
How are you doing, Jab? Finally decided to pop in and see how we're doing.
Skill always beats out item level any day, you know? And in this game, it's a Zerg-based game. Realistically, you can win in T4, so don't be afraid to show up in T4 if that's what you have. Not that it's really Zerg-based. They're finally getting it to where the smaller groups have a place, which is nice.
Yes, it's very nice. I really appreciate their putting in these random dungeons. Hey, and all our new watchers, thank you very much for supporting us. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We can pretty much answer anything, so just let us know if you have any specific questions. Oh, what sort of food show, Jab? Let me know when you're out of that expedition, Liv.
I'm almost out of it, babe. We have a cook in the channel too, Jab. Don't worry. There are professionals here, so...
Better lift this up a little bit again.
And just so you guys know, Jab's actually one of those friends I met in Albion. We actually got to spend the summer and meet him in real life, and it was a blast. So,
Yep.
you know, I'm one of those people, I make friends and I keep my friends. You know, I like to keep them close, so, you know. He might, you know, debate that differently, but, you know, he's stuck with us now, so.
Yep, he's stuck with us.
Once you drink the Kool-Aid, you're in the party, so. I think I have a friend. What zone you in, babe?
The fractured ground. if I've unlocked those yet. Nope. Have you unlocked T3 yet?
Yep.
I haven't.
Check our progression towards T4. We're almost to the LP line. Do we want to LP? No.
No.
We're gonna hard grind this, guys. I'm sorry.
This.
That LP is gold. Remember that. You know, don't waste it early. You're gonna be killing the mobs anyways. I know you guys don't want to watch me kill.
Oh, down in Kentucky. I think you said something about that, did you not? Hey, hello to all our new viewers. If you have any questions or need any information on anything, yeah, my English is good too, husband. But if you have any questions or need any information on anything, let us know. We've been here for quite a while playing this game, so we should have pretty much everything you could ask covered. And if you want to just...
And if not,
chat,
someone in
then
chat
yeah.
probably can hook you up, so...
Yeah. Yeah, it's a new tune, Jab. They gave him a free 3 days, so...
Yeah, you see this 3-day premium here? I earned this, guys. I earned this. As you progress in the new starter quests, the
they
tutorial
gave you
through
3
it,
days.
you get 3 days premium and you get 1 gold. So, you know, hang on to that gold. It means a lot, so...
Yes, your token gold.
And if anybody's wondering what we're doing here, we're actually starting from the beginning. It has been a long time since we started Albion from the very beginning, and we're going to progress with our characters to more or less end game without spending any real life money. So everything is going to be free to play on these accounts. And our goal is just to, with the new free to play model, is you don't have to spend money to play Albion, honestly. Best build to do right now is what weapon do you want to use, you know? Every weapon has a build that goes really well with it. So if you're wanting to play fire, if you're wanting to play melee, I think it very much varies depending on the weapon.
Our English is good. And
No
hey,
bueno.
look what we just found, guys. We just found a treasure chest. They
A lot of money
scatter
right
those
there.
throughout the world. No, Jab, it's not a new account.
I deleted a character to create a character. And the new tutorial has actually been really nice. They reworked it, and they did a
streamlined
really good
everything.
job on the new tutorial. It
It
shows
works
you
so
where
much better
to
now.
go. It gives you bars. You start out on your own little world, and then you work your way to the royals. So it's kind of a nice start. And we appreciate everybody who has been here from the start, you know, and has stuck with us.
And
We
even
do
those
appreciate
that have been
it.
partially in, we really appreciate you guys here. We appreciate everything. We appreciate
And
all
Hurley
the
and
comments, all
Jab,
the interaction.
thank you guys for the follows. We do appreciate them, though.
Yeah, thank you very
Every
much.
follow helps, so...
Yeah, thank you very much, Hurley. Sorcerer with a curse weapon, love.
I actually play Curse, so are you wanting to group content or solo play? Because that's going to vary also. I'm the oddball who plays with the Curse Skull on my main, but I can pretty much 1v1 anybody, so, you know, if anybody wants to bet on that, you know, feel free. I'm in Fort Sterling.
Yeah, he's pretty good with builds. That's why I take his advice.
So
when
if
it
you're
comes to the
1v1ing,
weapons and everything.
obviously with Curse, the strongest Curse right now is the one hand if you're good at getting the E off. If you're not very good at getting the E off, I would suggest something like the Curse Skull, just because there's so many solo play. I can show you some builds here in just a minute.
Well,
Weapon-wise, solo play, for me, I like to go with the plate boots.
Well, Jab, if you want a fresh start, feel free to get started, and we can run with you. That's an offer open to anybody that's just getting started. We will play with you if you want. That's something we want to do. Is this game is very good for those that are playing with groups, so we want to very much encourage that.
Alright, so with my build, I would suggest plate boots. Just because plate gives you the option for open world. You can either run soldier, which has wanderlust, which is movement speed more or less. You can run away if you need to. Or if you're wanting to 1v1, you have the guardian boots with the giant. It temporarily doubles your HP. So when you're 1v1ing and you need that boost of HP. And then for your chest piece, you want as much DPS as you can. I prefer, personally, the Cleric Robe. Just because you get an ability, Everlasting Spirit, which is more or less an immunity shield. But it increases your healing power. And this is where, for soloing, you're going to have to put some time in. Because it's a plate helm. And the reason why I like the plate helm is because you get a massive heal off of it. So the Graveguard helmet with Sacrifice. So when you're, say, fighting somebody, or even if it's a mob and you need to top off your HP, you use your chest ability, which gives you a shield and increases your healing. And then you put this off and you're more or less a 900 heal and cap yourself off.
Oh, Jab, the cat's in my lap.
And then the Guardian, obviously with the giant, when you need it, or if you need to run away. And then staff-wise, if you're going curse, I know it's here somewhere. One hand curse is in a really nice spot right now. Just because of the damage when you get your Vile Curse up on a target. And the 4-stack, I mean, just starting. 1,100, 1,200 damage. I mean, that's a pretty good spike once it goes off. But you have to learn how to play around other people's stuff. If they have shields, you need to get them to use their shields before you put your Death Curse, or you just waste it. So, but sometimes you want that shield off of them. So put them on it. You force them to use that cooldown. So they either eat it or use it. So... And then offhand, realistically, it comes down to your play style. You can either go HP with the Taproot. You can go with just average DPS increase. I don't suggest a Lantern for solo play just because it increases the damage that you take. We can show you that. If you're playing in a group, the Crypt Candle is great just for the fact, but you have a negative on your defense, but you get an increase on your abilities themselves. And then sometimes just the mist color for cooldown reduction is never a bad thing. So that's the build I suggest for you. Cape-wise, Demon Cape is a nice cape to run just because you get that AoE. Limehurst Cape is actually my favorite yet most hated cape in the game just because it has a low cooldown. But you tend to pull a lot of mobs you never wanted to pull. So in every group will hate you in the game. Or if you're 1v1ing and they're good, Martlock Cape is good. Just for that increase in defense, or Limehurst if you're going against, say, a bolt caster with a silence, because then it more or less mitigates that silence. So hope that helps a little bit. So
Hey, and for all those that have just started watching, welcome, and we appreciate it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and we'll do what we can to answer. And we've been here for a while, so we should have the answers to most, if not all of them.
We have not started a new guild yet, but that might be something in the future. We'll get a guild going and stuff like that if you guys want to join us. I think it would be a fun thing. So, and if any of you guys want to run with us, right now we're based just right below Bridgewatch, and you're more than welcome to come join a group. When we get to T4, we're going to go do some random dungeons and anything like that. So, are we going to do a guild stream? I don't know if we're going to do a guild stream. Right now we're wanting to just play together, but if we are playing with the guild and we're streaming, most certainly I guess it will be a guild stream. So
yeah.
It depends on what you guys want to watch. Honestly, we decided to start streaming because we felt like there's a lot of GVG streams and things like that, but there's not a lot of low-level content streams, and we figure that's kind of where we wanted to start out. You know, a lot of new players coming in. We want to get everybody into the game. We want the community to be growing.
Oh, name it, get off my lawn. There might be somebody with a name similar to that. I think I've seen something like that in-game, haven't you?
And the art style in this game is super nice.
Yeah, we like the art style here.
It's not so realistic. I've played games that almost overwhelm your eyes after a few hours. In this game, I feel like they hit it right with the art style. And you are what you wear, so remember that, you know. There is so many options, you know, and even if it's not a meta build, you know, and you enjoy it, play it, you know. That's what the good part about this game is. It's your character, progress it how you want. So if you want to be a healer and plate, be a healer and plate. It's not going to be the best build, but you can do it, so.
Yeah, and something I like about the way they've set up this game, A lot of games will make me motion sick after I play them for a bit of time. This one does not. It's something that I like a lot. I don't have to worry about having to stop playing after so long
Oh.
because I get feeling sick. So this one, it makes it so that I don't have to worry about that. Q,
So
W,
Q, W,
E, R,
and E is your weapon. We can go over
D,
that.
and F. D and F is also there.
So your weapon abilities, which are your first three, your Q, W, and E, are based off of whatever weapon you have in your main hand. So if you have a one-hand weapon, you do not get any abilities from the shield. And then your R is your helmet, or is your chest ability, sorry. And on this one I have a heal. And then your boots is your F, and your D is your helm. So every armor piece, so plate, helms, plate, gear is all different abilities than, say, cloth gear, leather gear. So you can swap it up if you want like a spike in DPS. Like plate chest piece has the fury talent, which when you're being damaged, it stacks up how much damage you're doing. So you get kind of the tankiness of the plate, but you can still do damage like a clothy. But that's in spikes, and you have to be taking damage in order to do it. So there's a lot of variations. There's ice blocks on helm. You can run with a plate chest with an ice block on your helm. Things like that. You can mix and match pretty much anything.
Yeah, it's pretty fun, and he is
Some
very
things
good
work
at
better
these.
than other things, so put some time into be willing to swap around. Some builds, just because you think they'll work, doesn't mean they'll work. Like, it varies very much, so. And when you get to T4, a lot of weapons and stuff unlock. So, early game, T3, you have, like, pretty much a set weapon that you're going to play with, depending on what you want to use.
And Bacon plays with builds all day long, pretty much. So he is a very good one to ask when it comes to different things, because he has experimented with a lot of them.
I'm getting old, is what she's saying.
Not so. You're getting wise.
But don't worry, I get better looking every day, so. Or your vision just gets worse, one or the other.
Oh.
If you have any questions or you want to get in and play with us, feel free.
Yep.
Let us know. Especially, it's coming free to play April 10th. And some of the perks of getting into it now is they're going to be doing a fame increase where you get a bonus to your fame. So that's going to be a good time to get in. And they're going to have some exclusive mounts. And
I'm
part of
excited for the
premium, when you
mounts.
do get premium, I guess I can go over this real quick. So premium gives you the Adventurer's Challenge. So when you have premium, you work to unlock a chest. Every day you get so much daily bonus that works through, and every month they have a new mount. So it's one of the pros of having the premium side of things is you get a free mount at the end of the month. So, and then they do guild-based as a season rating. So the season's almost about to end in 3 days, 10 hours. And then depending on your rank is what reward you get.
And yes, you progress with the weapon that you're using. So later on, it's going to actually break up further to where it's not just the group of weapons. It's going to be the specific weapon that you're using that you're able to break up or I guess not break up, but you'll be able to unlock.
So in order to unlock each weapon, so I'm playing with sword right now. So I'm progressively unlocking to my T4 sword, which unlocks this class right here. As you play, you progress through the levels. So the higher you get, level 10, you get tier 5 of that weapon. And it progressively increases as you go. But then you have a choice farther up, even after you go there, to the specialization of that weapon. So every weapon is going to have an option of, do I want to play with the broadsword? Do I want to play with the claymore? Do I want to play with dual swords, And then it gets down to the artifact weapons. Clarent blade, you have the carving sword, and then you have the guillotine pair. So these three all share the same specialization.
Oh, love,
Each
let's
of
get this
these
boss.
are individual specializations.
We got a group that just came in, so let's kill that boss quick.
And you get to compete with everybody else also. But
Yeah.
in order to progress, you have to use that weapon. So say you want to be a healer melee, you have to put time into healing, and you have to put time into that melee weapon. So
Whew,
I'm going to
just
play
didn't make up
dual
time.
swords right now. I think that's the route I'm going to go. I put a little thought before I started this up because I know everybody doesn't want to sit and watch me gather all day long. So I picked an ability of sword, and I'm going to be using plate and leather gear, so I only have to gather 2 resources to craft all my own gear. So I just figured I'd slimline that down. And the good part about this game, early game, play around with everything. Find what you like.
Hey, we appreciate all you new people that are watching. Have any questions, let us know.
And don't do that.
Yeah, just let us know if you have any questions.
Nope, we're getting them all anyways.
Yep.
Let's go.
We're pretty experienced with the game, so we can answer pretty much any of the questions you have.
And you might make friends along the way also. So
Yep.
here's the thing about this is it's a full open world game, so every dungeon you run into, you might have to share it, you know? It's going to happen. The nice part is this is a new zone, and it's good to see new people coming into the game. So
Yes. It's very good to see new people coming in.
I think they're doing a week of fame increase. So by the way, go straight for the boss, you know? Be that guy. We want the XP, boys.
Woo, we got it. Good job, love.
Oh. Sorry, guys.
Yes, the stone gathering is very much still viable. One thing that I like that they did is that with how the buildings decay at this point, there's always a call for more stone. So it's not something that's ever going to reach a cap and not be able to ever do anything with it ever again. If that makes any sense. Let's go after this group, love. Or these guys are just going to try and take everything.
Don't ask me what's going on with the bars on people. They're just not there.
That's probably because you changed your settings for the other one. You remember that? Alright, let's go after this little group. And thank you very much for the commenting, N3 Kren. We do appreciate everybody that interacts with us.
And we do appreciate the follow, by the way.
Oh yeah, thank you very much.
And Ammon, I don't know if I destroyed your name. Thanks for the follow also. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Okay, Bearded Redneck. Are you through the tutorial into the actual areas yet?
Oh, you're still in the tutorial. It won't let me invite you yet.
Yep, so
Work your way through that.
Once you get to the boat and use the boat, okay.
Spend some time with the tutorial. Read your way through it. I know you watched me play through it, but spend some time on it. Learn the mechanics.
Yep. But once you get into the actual areas, then we can party with you. We can go run things with you. And we're very willing to spend time with all of you guys and help you on things that you have questions with, okay?
And And if there's any content, anything you guys want us to stream, feel free to go in Discord, leave a message, anything like that.
Yep.
And we will try to accommodate it the best we can. Yesterday we were streaming higher content, and it turned out most of the players that were watching wanted to watch some beginning content. So we figured
That's
we
why
would
we're
start
doing this here.
doing that. We did a surprise stream today, decided, hey, let's get going on it, and here we are. So, but if you guys want to see anything, you're curious about how anything works, let us know.
Yep.
We feel like there's going to be an influx of new players who just want to see the game, and that's not a bad thing. This game is a fun game. If you're looking to get it, It's going to be free to play on the 10th of April, so if you can't afford it, 2 weeks from now, you'll have access to it anyway. So.
Yep.
And you don't need to spend money in this game. That's something everybody needs to know is you don't have to buy premium. You don't have to buy the game. When it's free to play, you're going to be able to earn your way through it by just playing. So.
Yep, and our goal with this is to help people learn how they can succeed in the game. Because we want to make sure everybody's having fun and enjoying
we are in Fractured Grounds, Jab. We are just below Bridgewatch. So if you see Bridgewatch, we're just right next to it. Southwest of Bridgewatch. And just so you guys know, the grind is real. Be prepared to grind. I know a lot of people don't like dungeon grinders, but there is something in this game for everyone. If you like to farm, there's an option to farm. If you like to just go gather resources, it's a sandbox. You make what you do in it. So, if there's something you don't like, change it up. Go do something different. So, there's a lot of different aspects.
Yep, there's no need to ever get bored in this game because they have so many different things that you can do. It's really impressive, actually. And it's just getting better. They've started adding some things that are really amazing to the game. The randomized dungeons, we're going to try and get into those as quick as possible. They are super fun. It's a very good way to get to know a lot of the different mobs and to just practice, as well as to be able to get some of the nicer loot. The lower ones that we'll be doing first, they don't have as much of the good loot, but later on, it does.
I want that pig. I mean, my
someone
name's
right off on
Bacon,
the
all
board.
right? I need a pig. We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. Obviously, I tried getting the name Bacon in here, but it was already taken. Whoever has that name, I want it.
They've got some pretty impressive mounts that do different things just depending on what the mount is. And we'll go over more with that later. But right now we're just getting started with the beginner stuff. But like we said, if you guys have any specific questions that you'd like us to go through when it comes to anything, put that on Discord or just ask us here and we can address it for you guys.
Where am I with my armor and my sword? We're up at the dungeon, West Dungeon.
Oh, you bet. You know what? I bet I can wear my T3 stuff. Why am I
You
not
coming
wearing
out here to
my T3
1v1
stuff?
me, bro? At least let me get T4 unlocked, alright? Because if you lose to a guy in T3, that would not be fun.
Speed, damage, and heal power. As you get into a higher level on your gear, you also have more options on what you can put on it too. It has more abilities.
Oh, we're getting there. And hopefully we earn enough money. We're probably not going to craft T4. I'm going to try to buy our T4 to start with, just because crafting the grind between T4 and T5 or T3 and T4.
T3 and T4, it's a little bit.
It's a little bit of a
longer.
grind, and I don't know if you guys want to just sit and... Oh, how far till T4? I'm almost halfway now, bro. Everything is about almost there. We're getting a little bit shy. We need to go farm some more is what we need to do. But I think we need to go find a little bit higher tier mobs. So we're going to move up a zone.
Yep, I'm busy putting all my stuff on.
Except for we need to go craft a T2 item with focus. You know, it's telling me that we need that.
Oh, you haven't done that yet? Even I've done that.
Hey, I'm slacking, all right? I got distracted. There's a sparkly out here. I saw a mob, and I had to go kill it, so.
Yay, and I have my T3 stuff on now, so I can start building it.
I was supposed to stick strictly on the tutorial quests, but we got distracted. The joys of this game is there's always something to do, so.
That's not bad.
And you
to
make
break
your own
things up
content,
either.
so.
Yeah, exactly, Jab. That's why we plan to try
We're
and
going to
build
try
enough
to
it.
buy our T4, just because realistically, your first T4 you'll probably spend money on.
But do not buy things in these beginning towns for the most part, because people are trying to take advantage of the new players. It's going to be a lot better priced in places like Bridgewatch, Fort Sterling, the towns that you are actually going to be playing out of.
And if you find a build you like, craft it. At least craft it up to, I say, T5 or T6, which is super easy to do. It might take you a week, but it will pay off in the long run. You know, everybody, I always say at least pick up one tool. You don't have to pick up every single tool in the game, but if you go out in a zone and you see a 0.3 sparkle of that resource or any resource, you're going to be like, I want that.
Yes.
And when you can't gather it, it's sad. So pick one thing to start with leveling up and then progress from there.
We appreciate all our new watchers. If you have any questions, let us know. We appreciate the follows. What's the new follows that we have? I can't read.
Hit them with the flex. I know you, bro. How you doing?
It's too small of a
We appreciate the
lettering
follow,
on mine,
bro.
so I can't read it. But yeah, we appreciate the follows, everyone. We appreciate the views. We appreciate the comments. It really makes it fun for us to stream for you guys. Yes, Jab, we know you is super gatherer. You get everything. And it's pretty amazing that you're able to do what you can do.
And I'd flex for you, but I don't want to break my webcam, so we're just gonna not flex right now. You know, I don't want to show anybody up with my giant arms. So.
Oh, have you showed them the repairing, love? You should show them the repairing.
All right, we will
just
do
so that they know
repairing.
about that quick.
We're crafting with some focus. All right, we got to get through this.
All right. But as you do things, especially as you get knocked down in game by mobs or other players, your gear pieces are going to get damaged. So you've got to keep them repaired so that they stay working for you.
And we got some more focus.
All good.
At least this vendor's nice to me. And anybody who is just new or tuning in right now, you know, feel free to ask any questions. You know, we're going to be here for a bit more. And any questions on Albion or anything in general, honestly, feel free to put it in chat. All right, buddy, what do you want from me? Where's these missions in progress? And this is my first time playing through the new tutorial, so if I run around like a chicken with my head cut off, it's because I am literally that, so... Let us know when you're finished with the tutorial, by the way. There is a fast travel system. It goes from town to town from the outlying towns in the Royal. So Bridgewatch to Limehurst, it does kind of get pricey if you want to take stuff with you. But to Caerleon, which is the main hub of the game, you cannot fast travel to it with items. You can take off all your gear, everything like that, and port there. So say if you have a set of gear in this town and a set of gear there, and from there you can go to the Outlands, which is up here, and you port into a... There's portals that come in from Caerleon to these outlying territories, more or less, but you're locked to a territory for an amount of time, and it's broken into 3 sections. You have Anglia, which is the middle, or the far left, I mean, Cumbria, and then you have Mercia on the bottom. So, and each of these areas have a lockout depending on the color. One's green, yellow, and red, and you get locked to that thing unless you go port through one of the portals in a different zone, which you have to ride across to get to those portals. So, and as soon as this season's out, they're going to be releasing a new map, which makes it so all of these outlying towns have a place out in the Outlands that we port to. So they're going to be changing that, which is going to be a nice system because it's going to bring people back out to some of these towns. So.
Yep. Now, something he did not explain, however, is if you have absolutely nothing on you and are traveling from one town to another, it doesn't cost anything. So just depending on what you have on you is where it gets expensive. If you have nothing on you, it's absolutely free. And that's a pretty nice thing.
And do your quest, guys. Don't be like me and skip everything, alright?
Yeah,
Don't be that guy.
Quest now, love.
No, I get to collect 200 silver. I swear I just,
Yeah,
we're getting there. Hey, Peoria, how are you doing, bro?
Hey, Peoria.
Hope you're having a better day with work and they didn't send you anywhere strange, or if you are, hopefully you got good internet.
Peoria's always nice, Jab. Oh, La Quinta.
Does La Quinta have better internet than last night's internet, though,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Does that have better internet than last night's? Maybe we can actually do some randoms today.
You guys heard me talking about Arch and they're everywhere? They are everywhere. They like follow you. You even say Arch and they like pop out of the ground. So, I mean, if any of you guys are an Arch, you know, it's a compliment, I guess. You know, you guys spawn everywhere.
Oh, and you guys, if you do not want random
I'm going in
guilds,
this dungeon, by the way, babe.
If you don't want random guilds just inviting you, you do have options to make it so that you do not automatically receive guild invites, party invites, dueling requests. Those things you can turn off. So it looks like Bacon's showing you there. It's just a nice thing about their options here. A lot of places
Arch is
don't
an
have
alliance. So this game has alliances and guilds. That's a good way to explain it. So you're in a guild within inside of an alliance. So let's go to season ratings. Let's go to Blue Army. They're a very small alliance, you know.
Oh yeah, tiny.
But each of these, why are you running, is the alliance. So if you see all these guilds in why are you running, so each guild has a cap of 300, and then they're a member of an alliance. And Arch is an alliance, just like why are you running, they're an alliance, and it's made up of all of the other guilds within the game. So you can join a guild, be part of an alliance, you know. I suggest for anybody new, get in a good starting guild, honestly. You know, get in a guild with active players, Find people to play with. This game is so much better with numbers, you know?
Yes.
Like, it's a good solo game if you just want to spend some time farming. But if you want to get content, get in, make some friends. You know, that's one of the good things about this game is there are people playing it, you know? Make your own content. Don't just sit there. And if you say, hey, looking for more people for this party, odds are you're going to find somebody that's wanting to do the same thing that you're doing. So, and actively join it. They have chat channels for looking for group, things like that. Get in a party.
Hey now.
Yeah, hey, watch the language in this channel. We would never speak like that.
And Peoria, what we're doing, we are
And there are
starting
those
from
people.
the very beginning to make it so that we can show people how to progress in this game, show them a lot of how to get started, and our goal is to get to premium without doing anything but playing the game. Sinister Strike would like invited, love. It's a good name.
Obviously, I can't spell, guys. Let's not discuss. Oh my freaking goodness! I don't know what keys I'm pushing. All right. I used to be a better typer than I am now.
Yeah. Let's just not. Just don't pay attention to the man in the corner over there.
Don't mind me. I'm not the one that's being viewed here. All right.
Oh, I don't personally have much experience with the black market. I just discovered where to go to look at it a few days ago, actually. But yeah, we can show people the black market. When we get to an actual town or something like that, we can go ahead and show them.
And what they're talking about by black market, so the drops in this game, if you kill a mob and it drops a sword, say, perfect example, that sword is going to be crafted by somebody in the game. They have it set up to where in order for items to drop, like relics and stuff spawn, but items themselves are crafted by players who sell them to a black market that makes your in-game drop. So if nobody's selling to the black market,
you're not going to get
any items to drop in the game. So,
and it's just absolutely random what mobs they drop off of when people kill them. So yeah, Morbos, there's
some
a lot
depth
of
to
depth
this game.
in this game. There is a lot of depth. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I love that they did it that way. It makes it so that and with the black market, if an item is not getting sold or getting sold to that
we're
black
going down
market,
the bottom.
It increases in price until it gets sold. So you can get several million on an item that you could sell on the market for a lot less.
And usually that's determined by the rarity of an item.
Yes.
So the rarer an item is, or the harder it is for somebody to craft, depending on the quality of the item, the tier of the
that
item,
it takes to make it
will be the value that it usually determines.
Yeah,
So a lot of
I
the
mean-
lower tier, like a T3 sword, is not going to sell for much, but an 8-3 sword might sell for a little bit more. So. And don't always sell to the black market. You know, see what's the best price. Sometimes your best bang for your buck is to sit on an item for a week.
It's just on the regular market.
And just
sometimes
wait. Eventually
the
it'll
regular
sell.
market, sometimes the black market. There's a lot of options in this game. It really is amazing.
So if you look at my item, I made this sword. So it's crafted by I Know CPR, which is the character
Well,
I'm
he's
on right now.
asking if it's dropped by a mob. Does it tell you?
Most of the time it does. Sometimes it doesn't. So it's supposed to everything is be crafted by someone. So, but I found like random bags that have no name on them. So, but most of the time if it's a weapon or gear, you're gonna see a name on it. So.
All right, Peoria. Looking forward to it.
Good luck with La Quinta. Hopefully their internet is better.
Yeah, right.
You know, cross your fingers. I mean, it's not Best Western, so you might have a chance, you know.
All right, let's go turn in our
Go to the
quest.
snack bar.
Does the snack bar usually have better internet?
It always has better internet. We actually went on a trip, and we ended up pulling into a McDonald's at like, I don't know, 11:30 at night because we could not get the Wi-Fi or our 3G on our phone or our LTE. Nothing would work. So we ended up sneaking into a McDonald's, stealing their Wi-Fi to rent a hotel.
To book a hotel.
Well, do you not rent? Okay, book. Book, sorry, my lingo.
All right, Sinister Strike, you ready to join up with us?
I got the soup from a quest. They're like, here, have some soup. Obviously, I can't get an island yet, but I got soup, so. They actually redid the tutorial quests, and it's so much better. Go play through them. It's night and day difference from how the old one was, so.
Yeah, it's a nice, fun tutorial at this point.
I guess we're headed southeast, guys. We're going on a journey.
All right, let's wait for Sinister, love.
Are you on this quest? By the way, hit him with the flex.
Oh, look, there's another quest over here, love.
He's probably in T8 right now, and he just started. Show me how it's done. We're going southeast, bro, if you want to come with us. Or bro-S, you know.
How do you get to this quest over here? So many cliffs in this zone.
I have not got pots yet, so no pots as of right now. It might change, though.
Alright, let's see what this quest is. Oh, I finished a quest, love. You need to come to this one.
Where are you at?
Right here.
I don't have that quest.
Oh, okay, I was on a different quest than you then. Well, I just need to kill a heretic boss.
Did you just pick one up, or what?
Yeah,
Alright,
that's
Sinister.
the quest it gave me.
Oh, we got a tank now. We are set.
Woot woot.
T4? Did you just make this character? He used LP, alright? This guy used LP. This is when we talk about the pay-to-play players. Right here. Right here. Hit him with the flex. He's sporting that money. This is what gold buys you guys. Flat T4. LP for the win. Yeah, I probably should have LP'd, right? It would have made for a better video. We're almost there, guys. We're gonna get there. Someday when I grow up, I will look like this. I mean, my T3 looks pretty nice, alright? You talk to one guy, and now I ruin the rest of my questing, so... Speak with the captain that I just talked to at the zone before. Don't go to that guy first. We're running back, guys. Take 2.
Well, what do you mean? I need this guy over here.
Well, I'm following you. Show me where I'm going.
So you didn't have the question mark in the other zone?
I may or may not have picked up a different quest. Let's not talk about it. This is why I can't have nice things, guys.
Yes,
Anybody who
yes.
knows me, I am not allowed to have nice things. If I get something and I fall and I'm like, oh, this is nice, I will die. Albion has my number when it comes to that stuff. Unless it's following or being a healer for a random group of people who happen to have T6 stuff right off the back, and then calling in a whole guild to come gank them, so you go from friends to enemies really quick.
Oh, man.
I would never do something like that. But Jab, I hope you liked your T6 horse.
Jab, I don't know if you know him or not. Are you talking about Sinister Strike?
I'm pretty sure we ran with you the other day, right? Hit him with the flex. I dropped the quest, guys. It's gonna make us pick it up again.
Oh, no.
This is really why we can't have nice things. And a T4 horse, you guys.
So
Wallet
should
warrior.
I pick up this quest, love? Is this the one you
I
want to
figured
do?
we were running.
Love, is this the quest you want to do?
You're 400 on daggers, right?
I'll do this one. I'll pick up the other one later.
And if anybody else wants to join us, we're just right outside of Bridgewatch, you know. As soon as we get our T4 unlocked, we are going to go find us some random. So
Yep.
if anybody heals, you know, you're more than welcome to come join us. If anybody tanks, you're more than welcome to join us. And if you DPS, you can join us. So we're not picky. Hey Jab, you always wanted to be a healer, correct?
And we appreciate you guys making it so incredibly fun to stream.
I think I just got the quest that you were on before.
Yep. You have to drop one or the other, love.
This game's got my number. We're getting there, Sinister.
Just choose
We're almost
one.
there.
Just choose one.
You can bring your battle ox as long as you have a healing staff on top of that battle ox. You're more than welcome.
Yep.
I mean, where's War? We haven't seen him in a long time, so.
Hey, Adweko. So we gonna kill a boss or not?
Hey, we're getting there, alright? Let's see if Wacko wants to be my friend. Did I spell it right? Hopefully. And what spec are you on Wacko? They're always that crazy. Be prepared for those guys in this game.
What are you guys doing? You can only get one quest or the other. You realize that, right?
We're going in this dungeon over here, alright?
Okay, we're going
There's
to
a
the
dungeon
dungeon
that
over
has
here.
my name on it.
If we have any new viewers, feel free to ask any questions. We will answer what we can, and that should be pretty much anything you ask. We've been playing Albion for since before the release, so we have some experience with it.
Play axe, guys. Everybody, play axe. Early game, super easy farming.
You want some attention?
Alright, we gotta go find us a boss. Hit him with the flex. We gotta get through these quests.
Thank you all our new viewers for watching. We really do appreciate it. Just let us know any questions you have and anything you want answered, and we'll do what we can to answer. We should be able to, since we've been playing this for quite a while. What we're doing right now is we are showing how to begin new characters, because we found that a lot of the people that were watching our streams were people that are interested in the game that don't know quite how to get started, or just have a lot of questions that they need answered about the game to decide what they're going to do. So
No boss, guys. I guess we're
yeah,
on
we'll
to the
find
next
a
one.
different dungeon now.
Spear is pretty good right now.
We appreciate any of the inquiries you guys make, any of the commenting you do. So just let us know what you need to know.
Spear is actually in a really good place if you have the right group to play around, even for solo. My favorite spear, The Heron Spear has a stun. It's really great. You can interrupt pretty much anybody's abilities, which is nice.
Let's go to this
So-
dungeon down here. I will make our next choice.
It's at a good place. We might have to move on to a T4 zone. These guys are ready to see some dungeons. I'm ready for some dungeons.
Depends on the spear, Morbos. They have one-handed and they have two-handed.
So they have, we can go over spears if you'd like to. Give me a second here. Will those two work their way down? So you actually have a pretty good variety. The regular spear itself is one-handed, the Heron is one-handed, and then you get into like a pike, which is a two-handed spear. This has more or less a snare that locks them in place based on the amount of charges. They do have a scythe, but we'll get there, not with the spear tree. And then you have a glaive, which actually flings them over your shoulder. So if you're chasing somebody down, you grab them, you flip them behind you. And then you have the Spirit Hunter, which more or less the E on it, you throw out a harpoon, you bring them back to you, which is pretty fun. And then you have the Trinity Spear, which is a leap. So you jump at them, it puts an AoE buff on the ground that increases the attack speed of everybody in your party. It's pretty fun. I enjoy spears a lot. If you have a certain play style, the scythe, or the kind of scythe anyways, there's multiple scythes, because you have the Infernal Scythe, which is going to be on your quarterstaff kind of scythe. The Soul Scythe right here, it throws out a tornado, which more or less, oh my goodness, fish and pull jab. This is why we can't have nice things. There is fishing in this game. If you guys are interested in fishing, this is the game. This is why we can't have nice things, you know. Jab could come play with us, you know, if he'd log into Albion. This is one of those friends, you know. You have that guy that's your friend. He's like, hey, I'll get on and play Albion with you. We're that kind of friend. And then he continues to farm on tractors, to play Civilization. And you wonder, what happened to my friend? Like my best friend.
Oh, goodness.
That may or may not have happened, guys. That might be a true story. And then he gets other people, like Peoria, to come to the game and be like, hey, you should play Albion. Albion is in a great spot right now. It is the best game. And guess what? He still doesn't play the game.
Ooh, I don't sense
Shots
any...
fired, shots fired,
Yeah.
jab.
And just so you guys know, Bacon has a lot of knowledge on different builds, different weapons. He's gone through pretty much all of them, so if you have any questions about any weapons or anything, he's the one to ask.
And if you're looking to play a healer, play Holy. They have two types of healing in this game. Nature Staff, which is more or less like a druid. It's all dot-based hots. And then there's a Holy Staff, which is more or less like a priest or a paladin healer. And Holy is night and day in a better spot than Nature. Nature right now, it's good if you have no spike damage and everybody's great at dodging stuff. But people tend to just sit in everything on the ground.
No boss.
And where are you headed to? You are headed to Prospector's Hope, bro. And we'll work our way up to T4 dungeon. We should have enough money. We might ride up to Bridgewatch and attempt to buy T4 gear. And then go into a T4 or go into a random dungeon. Are you playing DPS or tank? Nobody's good at dodging stuff. I will tell you right now, if you're healing, everybody will sit in every ground AoE in the game.
And they'll dodge your heals.
They dodge your
loves
heals.
that I dodge his heals.
They know you want to heal them, and it's like, I'm going to take care of you, I'm going to heal you, and they're just like, no. It's too easy. It's too easy. Hit him with the flex as soon as Peoria gets here, depending on what weapon. Let's ride up to Bridgewatch, and then let's go find at least a T4 random.
Yeah, I think T4 is going to be best with our little squishy characters. I sense we lose our little reserve of gold pretty quick.
The
or
green
silver.
circle on the ground, are we talking green circle nature or green circle holy staff? And for anybody who's new and watching, feel free to ask any questions. If you want to come play with us, give us a name in game and we'll get you in the party. So the green circle for healing would be your wild staff. And then if you're wanting the big AoE heal on the holy staff, it'd be your fallen.
Sinister Strike makes this look easy.
I know. Guys, when you grow up, be elite like this. If you're planning on playing solo,
T3 and T4, it's a pretty big difference.
And the weapons get good when you get up to T4, so it gives you a nice variety. If I'm building you up and I get the choice of building you, it depends on what you want to play. Nature or Holy, you pick that and I'll get you a build. Because you are what you wear. That's the joys of this game. You can pretty much play anything, but it might not be the best build, but if you have fun with it, it's a good build. Alright, let's get a boss in this one. Take 2 or 3.
Yeah, hopefully we get a boss in this one.
No, we don't want no silver. We can't. There's no handouts.
No
We're not allowed. That was part of our rule of making this.
Yeah, if we really needed to, we could boost ourselves, but we are going to do this with no outside help.
Sadly, your silver looks delicious, but I can't take it.
To Sorcerer's Night Boots, to begin with, I think you need...
You're going to need the cloth
Scholar.
boots.
Yeah,
yes, it's going to be the Scholar boots is what you want to start with.
Had to figure out what they were called.
If you want to go with cloth armor, everything now has a T2 equivalent. So if you want to be a sorcerer...
It used to be that you had to use a T2 that was just one flat T2 for everything, but they've changed it now to where you have to unlock a cloth one, unlock a metal one, unlock a leather one.
Which is nice. It kind of cleaned it out. So, can you show it? Yeah, it's on screen right now. Novice Scholar sandals right here. And then you want to do the Scholar robe if you're going for just like a pure sorcerer, and then a Scholar cowl. And then the weapon you need is a fire staff. Even if you want to play like an arcane staff, frost staff, you have to start with the fire. Later. To T3, you're going to keep with the fire staff.
Show them my gear.
Oh, T3 they changed. You pick the staff you want.
Show them my gear.
Let's inspect Hendis here. You see how she's going fire staff, so T3 fire. So T2 though, you gotta go with the T2 fire staff, and then from there it splits out. If you want to be a curse staff, an arcane user, depending on from there what you want is what you pick. So, and you're not locked into it forever. If you want to change it up in a week, swap it up. There's nothing wrong with that. So.
And for the T2, I'd suggest bring with you a T3 set as well, because it is going to be so fast for you to unlock it to T3 that you might as well just take it out with you so that you don't have to go back to town after a few minutes.
I wish we had harps still. Jab's bringing back the old days of offhands having heal abilities, so everybody in a party running with a healing weapon, well running with the DPS weapon. So to unlock it with the basic tutorial, I don't know if you're in the tutorial right now, but you will get an opportunity to unlock it. So in the starting area, it's going to give you an option with crafters and a circle there. And to craft the T2 staff, or are we talking gear here? We can go from whatever you're needing with that. But with the gear itself, it just takes cloth. There's going to be T2 cloth in one of the zones right there. Super easy, come back, refine it. And with the weapon itself, wood and ore. So you go gather some wood, go chop down a few trees, and refine them up, and you'll make your T2. Everybody has access to crafting the T2 stuff, so there's nothing special to unlock there. To get to T3 to craft it, you need to do a little bit extra, and you got to put in a little bit of work crafting T2 stuff to unlock the T3 stuff.
Yeah, to be able to craft it up. You can always buy it on the auction house, but the more efficient way, especially with the low-level stuff, it takes hardly anything to unlock it. So the efficient way is to go ahead and just craft it a little bit. You need to craft something for your quests anyway to get started.
Let's go backwards on this. Or is this forwards?
Who knows?
Thanks for hanging out with us, guys.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. You guys are really making this enjoyable. We love all the comments. We love all the questions. And we love the fact that some of you guys are getting in game with us and interacting with us in game too.
We did talk about studying items, but it's been a bit. That's when we were first in the starting area. So when you're crafting items, it's a good point by Jab. As you're trying to increase your level of crafting, make a few T2 items, and there's going to be an option on the crafter to study, because you're not going to use those items after you craft them. And by studying them, they give you fame and experience towards the next tier. So until you have T3 unlocked, you can study T2 items.
Yeah, and it's pretty fast, so only make a couple and study them if you don't want to get locked with having several of them on your person. It goes really fast.
So for cleric robes, it's going to take 16 cloth. So go out and gather 16 T2 cloth, and you're going to go right to a refiner. And then you're going to go to the mage crafter, and it'll open it up there.
And it should be 8 for the boots and the hat. It's half of what it takes for the chest piece to do the boots and the hat. And it would be 8 per, so 2 of them would add up to what you need for the chest piece. Come on, Jab, you know we love you. Kira wants to know where to go.
We are in this dungeon right here, the upper dungeon of the 3.
And I just
Prospector's
got
Hope.
another torch.
Oh, did we snipe it? No, we did not. I tried, guys.
Hopefully we find a boss in this one, so we can advance with our quests. Those of you that have just started watching, we appreciate it. Let us know if you have any questions, and if you want to jump in game with us.
Let's try to clarify this out here for you, bud. To unlock, if you're just starting a new character, you're going to get the option to craft anything. So you're going to make your tools. It's going to give you the option of that. For your cloth chest piece, which is your T2, you use that chest piece to unlock up to T3, which is going to give you the Journeyman's Scholar chest piece. So if you have this one and it's red, you need to go back and kill some mobs in the T2 Novice to unlock the T3 one. And then to progress from the T3 to T4, you have to wear the T3 to unlock the T4. And when you get to the T4, it gives you a lot of options of different chest pieces, depending on your play style, what you're looking for. So make a T2 if you don't have the T4 unlocked, and you go from there. And we'll talk to you later, Jab. Have a good one. Be safe,
Jab.
bro.
Thank you. We appreciate
Thanks for coming and hanging out.
We appreciate your watching. We appreciate the follow.
Did that clarify that anymore? Sorry, I'm trying to get it down. I don't know where you're at in the quest, so hopefully that helped a little bit. Is the T3 journey, is it red to you, or is it green? Like, can you visibly see it? Does it look like... No, let me see. Give me a second to get out of combat here. Is it green to you like this, or does it show red? Because if it's green to you, you can put it on. If it's red, you need to go down to the tier below. So you need to get the T2 and wear that for a little bit. It doesn't take very long to unlock it. And if that's the case, put on a T2, run out in the zone, kill a few mobs, and you'll unlock it. And then you can go from there. We just had a crazy show up. Hopefully, hit him with the flex. You're ready to carry us, you know. We're going to have to trick a healer into coming and playing with us. So if anybody's a healer, you know, we need a healer.
All right, and those of you that have just started watching, what we're trying to do is we are going from barely character creation, and we're working towards getting premium unlocked just as a brand new character that has not gotten anything from anybody else. We're just going from creation to premium, just playing the game itself.
So is the item in your inventory, does it show up as red green or just green green? Can you visibly see it, or is it kind of redded out? Because if it's visibly, you can see it, put it on and go run, because you can wear it if you can. And if you can't wear it, go find a T2.
You can't wear some of the gear I'm wearing, right?
No.
Okay, you can show him with one of my things then.
You
Let
see
me
how
trade
her
you.
stuff is red to me? I have to,
You
in
see it
order
right
to
there?
wear this, I'm going to have to go put on a T2 of the Scholar's Robe in order to unlock to wear what she's wearing. So, yeah, if it's green like mine, put it on. You're good to go, so. Once it pops up green, just head out of that zone and keep going, so.
Yep. Heretic boss. Didn't we just kill one?
Yep.
It didn't give me the pop.
That's why we can't have nice things, guys. Hit him with the flex is flexing too hard.
Okay, so the T4, is that what you're asking about?
So the next phase after T3 is T4. And you're going to get the option of, at that point, you want the cleric one? Can you craft it? If you can't craft it, alright, I got where we're going here. The best place to get it probably would go to Bridgewatch. If you started the same place we started. If you started somewhere else, whatever town is the closest to you. Because early game, you can't craft T4 yet, I'm taking it. You can either start working on crafting, which means you craft multiple of the T3 of that chest piece. We're going to go over to crafting here for cloth. So to unlock to T2 or to T3, you just craft T2 items until this bar's capped. To get T4, you craft T4 items until you either LP it or you hard unlock the crafting of it. And once you do that, you gather T4 resources to craft it, or you can just go to the town closest and there's going to be an auction house. Look up the cleric robe T4 and hopefully it's not overpriced. So
Yeah, and as Sinister's saying, it took him an hour to craft everything that he can wear up to T4. It's pretty easy still to T4 as well. You just have to gather...
spend some time on it. You don't got to be endgame instantly. You know,
Yeah.
that's the nice part. There's multiple ways to play this game.
It's
so
after T4 that it gets a lot harder. Once you get towards T5, it's going to be a lot harder to do everything.
and spend some time. I always get my crafting at least to T5 on the gear I wear. Just because it's a lot easier to make it yourself than it is to buy it, and then you can mass make sets of gear, have them in your bank, so if you go out and die, you just throw on a new one and off you go. So
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about losing it at that point. So you can go, you can do some red zone farming and stuff like that, and not worry.
all right, let's head out and let's go buy. Piora, can you wear T4 yet if you LP? Because I want to go, let's go buy some T4 gear, go find some randoms, and then when we start our stream next time, we'll finish working through this quest line here.
Well, we're glad that we're able to help you out, Hurley.
Now we all start somewhere. That's the thing about this
Yep.
game. You're not going to be end game instantly.
Alright, we're missing Waco. Sorry, Waco, we're sort of just
Not everybody shows up in their game. Has fancy T4, uses LP, you know. There's always that one guy. We know that guy. We call them wallet warriors. We're joking. We're joking. Hit him with the flex. I know you got the monies, bro. We know. We know you got the monies.
What are you needing to know, Waco? Or is that an old question that you asked? Oh, that's an old question you asked, sorry.
And there's nothing wrong with being friends with the guy that has the monies, alright? I'm the naked guy in Caerleon being like, oh, I need 200k to get my premium. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy, guys. Work for it, you know. It adds up, and in the end, it's way more rewarding, so.
Yeah, we're glad you're having fun with this game.
And anybody who's new and looking to get it, Albion will be free to play April 10th. So if you're looking to get in it now, there are going to be a few exclusives for buying the game before.
Yes.
So if you're looking for an exclusive mount, they're going to be doing a special direwolf that's only going to be for people that have it before, but it's just cosmetics. It's nothing that you can't earn by just playing for free. So, and there is going to be a fame boost for a week before the release for free to play. So if you're wanting to fame up your character, get some points in, get in some groups and knock it out,
Now would be the time.
it's not a bad time to start. So there's never a bad time to play any game. So unless it's WoW, and then come play Albion with us. So that's because I didn't get my D4, guys. That's why.
Are you talking about friending people? Yes, you can friend people.
Yeah, you can add us in game. And if you want to play with these characters, I know CPR or Hendis. Or if you want to add our main characters, add Bacon or Scarlet Silvers.
Oh no, you're not a pain. We enjoy helping new people. It's something that we were doing before we ever started streaming, and it's something we'll continue even if we eventually stop streaming. So we enjoy it. We really do. And we appreciate your asking questions. It gives us a direction to point what we're doing in the game. So.
And that's one of our goals with this, honestly, is to hang
to help
out.
the people that are coming into the game.
There's going to be a lot of new people coming in. You don't know what's going on, you know, and it's a start, you know. We're starting over, you know.
Uh-huh.
We've been playing for years now, and it's kind of a different feel to play something that you haven't played in a long time. And it's kind of nice to casually play it, you know. When I came in on release, we were with the guild and we had goals, and this is what everybody did. So the second we logged in, we all ran as fast as we could, got gear, got our tools, and everybody went and did their job. And it's kind of nice to casually enjoy the start of Albion again. So
Yeah. Plus, all the questions that you have, there are going to be others that are asking the exact same questions. So you're asking them, makes it so that we can answer them for not just you, but for everybody else that needs to know them.
And if you guys see us coming into town here, when you get past this line, you get a barrier. So say if there's reds chasing you, when you hit this line, you get a shield.
Yep,
Now,
so these-
depending on what you do
blue
after
shield.
this, if you auto-attack them, this bubble will break. And the closer you get to town, there's guards that will actually defend you to keep people from PKing right at the gates. Oh, we got a healer. Thank you, Peoria. We appreciate it. And we're going to go into town here. Let's open up town here. For any of the refining stations in town, just so everybody here knows, they're owned by players. There's some for sale. When you go to craft items, you get an increase on certain items depending on what town you're in. We went over this earlier, but for anybody who's new and watching, and we're going to go to the auction house and see if we can find us some T4 gear. Maybe we're going to go to the auction house. We're working there. By the way, everybody, you have a chest. Just like
Yep.
the starter zone.
The chests are not linked together. The gear you put in one chest is going to stay in that chest.
Oh, he's
Same
wanting
with
to
the
go
auction
right for the
houses.
PvPs. We can faction flag, honestly. if we do this, you know. All right. Give us a second here.
Yeah, let us see if we can do...
Let's see if we can afford a set of gear before we go. All right, we need this. 20% above average. Come on, guys. So with the auction house, it's more or less a breakdown of what you're looking for. Right now, I'm looking for a melee weapon. I'm looking for swords. And then it kind of gives you a list of what swords they have, depending on what playstyle you're going for. I'm wanting to go dual swords for this, so cry a little bit inside when you give somebody else money. And then we're going to go with armor. Leather helmet. We're going with the hunter's hood. And all of these, we'll go over the abilities as we start putting on this gear once we get it unlocked, which shouldn't take us too long.
I can't wear T4 yet.
And we might LP up, guys. We might be those people. Peer pressure is what I'm blaming this on. Don't pay increases, guys. And when you get to T4, let's go to the skill tree here. I'm going to be that guy so we can demonstrate on here and show you exactly. I'm that guy. I'm sorry. Don't do what I'm doing right here. Don't spend your LP on it, but at least we can show you the difference in gear.
Well, if you have the points and want to, you certainly can, though.
And if you guys want to unlock it, I mean, it's there. So each chest piece, each shoe has different abilities, different perks depending on what you wear. I'm playing with plate. I'm going with
And
soldier
I'll be right back.
because it has fury. As you go through, there's different wind walls, different CCs depending on how you go about playing it. So, and just remember to go through, read each ability as you're picking out your gear, and kind of go through it a little bit. Even if you don't have it unlocked, you can click on the item before you use it and see what abilities they have. So go through, look at the board a little bit before you just spend all of your points one way, because in 5 minutes you might change your mind and decide there's something else you want to play. And to start with, you have limited options. I'm going with Retaliate on my leather helm because I'm a tryhard, so. But depending on how you decide you want to play it, there's different passives on things, so build a build to fit your play style, you know. You can craft them however you want, so. Alright, anybody else with the DPS that wants to come with us? I think we got a healer, and we got more or less tanks, so we got enough plate users. We should be alright. We're going to go drop this stuff off in a box, so, and then we'll faction flag up for this, if everybody's down for it. Hit him with the flex is going to show us how to die, I think is what is about to happen, so. Now this is my only mule, guys. So each city is going to have a faction. Now the faction points are just based on that city. If you pick one city or a different city, the faction rep for one doesn't hurt the other one but you can't port into a different city with a different faction. So when I accept this to enlist as Bridgewatch, it's going to give me an option to accept it. Oh, you must have an item. It won't let me. We can't. Oh, we did. Maybe. But you see how now if I go out of the zone, I'm going to have a flag above my head. Let me show you here. Give me a second here to turn on some bars.
Did it let you flag up or no?
So if you see next to my name here, there's this orange flag. That just means I'm flagged up with Bridgewatch. So anybody with another flag from a different faction, they can actually fight us and kill us. So, and then to deflag, you click on the flag. It's almost like regular flagging up, except for it's just for this faction in itself. And if you're factioned up, remember you can be killed in blue zones, you can be killed in yellow zones. Any zone around you, somebody can kill you. So remember that.
So
You see how, and then to regular faction up, to go red, you click on the shield up in the corner, and it's going to allow us to red up.
So for my fire staff build, what would you suggest for the armor types?
Cloth, cloth, and cloth.
Yeah, but what cloth?
I would go with mage boots for the delay teleport. I would go with the cleric chest because you can't afford a druid right now. And then your helm, if there's a cheap druid on there, I would get it. If there isn't one, more or less any of them.
Druid helm?
Yeah, you can go with the scholar if there's mobs on you, but for the PvP side or ice block, the cleric cowl's not bad for having an ice block on it. And yes, we do have room for one more. What's your in-game name and we'll get you in here. There's always room for one more here, so. Okay, in-game, there's no camera rotating.
You said scholar, if not the druid?
Uh-oh, guys, we're flagged for 14 minutes. We're in trouble now.
You said scholar, if not the druid?
I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
You said scholar, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just going to get ready to do some T4 dungeons. Obviously, you know, somebody flagged up and got a 15-minute timer. Let's not talk about that. Just so you guys know, you flag up, you get a 15-minute timer.
So what for the chess piece?
Go with cleric to start with. Or mage. Mage is pretty good because it has more or less a cleanse, a purge for everybody who attacks you. Did you get my invite there? I'm waiting for you to accept it, you know. Did I spell it wrong? I spelled it right. Click up here on the corner. You're going to see a thing with show friends up here. Click on that, and it should give you an option to accept it.
Fire staff or infernal staff?
Do you want to go two-handed or one-handed?
Doesn't
All
matter
right,
to
hit him
me.
with
What
the
would
flex. You ready to
suggest?
go out of here?
What would you
And if you're
suggest?
doing the tutorial, are you through the tutorial? Stole my poll. And thanks for the host, by the way, Jab. Work your way through the tutorial, get to T3, make your way to Bridgewatch. Yeah, make your way up here to Bridgewatch, and we're going to be leaving from here. You still good for a second? Hit him with the flex. Ride northeast out of town. Northeast through Fractured Ground into Bridgewatch. Let's head up to the northwest and start finding a dungeon to get into. Obviously, I got a debuff, so, you know, the joys, guys, the joys. I'm that guy.
Just wait. He's gonna get... Yeah.
We're in the blue zone. We're safe, guys. Nobody can PK me. But hit him with the flex, guys. We're in smooth floor cleft. He has a perfect set of masterpiece. It'll deflag you from the other. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. You You want to see why we can't have nice things? Because now he's going to have the debuff. If anybody wants this set of gear, this is a pay-to-play kind of player right here, you know? He's got money. He can buy more. Yeah, drop your faction for now, babe. We'll grab it on the next one. Oh, you're the only one not here. Tradecraft is here already. Where are you at, babe?
Getting my gear.
You know, we can't have nice things. Like,
Yeah,
we're all waiting.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You guys ever heard that quote, waiting on a woman? When you get married, you'll understand. There's a lot of waiting. You say, hey, babe, let's be ready in 10 minutes. An hour later, you leave.
You're so nice.
But we can't live without them, guys, so...
Do I want cast speed?
What chest did you go with? Cleric? Go with damage to start with.
Okay, damage
Depending
for all
on
my
which one.
things.
Nope, you want cast speed if you're going with book.
Book. Yeah.
Alright, let's find us a portal out of here and she'll join us shortly.
Waiting on a woman.
Oh, we need the silvers in this box. And just so you guys know, there's a lot of surface mobs as you go, and they give pretty decent XP when you're solo. You get a big group, you don't get quite as much, but... And we're gonna make this healer work, so... Fiora, did you bring your T4 set of gear for when you unlock it? You'll hear it here in a minute, bro. He even bought fish. He's going hardcore.
Sorry about bumping that.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right, we're out of town, south or northwest out of town.
Northwest?
Yep.
Okay.
And what we're looking for here, if you guys are wondering, they added new random dungeons to this game. So it's going to be like a portal on the surface that allows us to go into an instanced dungeon. And it's random what's inside of them. There's no map. You can't see what's going on. So it's a good place to go in, get early fame. You can make some friends doing it, you know? And there's nothing wrong with joining just a random group. There is a looking for group channel in this, so when you find it, you see somebody spamming for a random dungeon group, jump in it, you know? Especially if you're new, wanting to get some early levels, or just play with a weapon. We will find one. Sweet.
You found one over there? Okay. Alright, and here's one of the ways that the game starts to get super fun.
Hey, Trade, will you, actually, I'll wait here. And we'll give you guys a view of the new dungeon here shortly when our last, you know,
I wish
catches
they
up.
could switch to my screen so that they can see what blue sparkles look like.
Hey, Sinister, do you want to tank or do you want me to tank for this?
Yes.
I mean, we both built really nice tanking builds for this. Either way works.
Don't mind me, I'm just gonna die out here, okay? Just finding every single mob I can to hit me.
I wish you guys could see her monitor right now, because it's questionable of what she's actually doing. You know, we technically do not know.
And those of you that just started watching, thank you very much. We appreciate the views. If you have any questions or need anything, feel free to ask. What we're trying to do right now is we started as absolutely brand new characters, and we're working to unlock premium just by playing the game itself.
And if you guys have any questions, ask.
Yes.
Ask.
We appreciate feedback.
We're just about to start a new dungeon here with, well, obviously, Tradecraft watching our stream. Joined in. If you guys want to join, let us know or hit us up in Discord. If you have any questions or anything like that, let us know. And if there's any content you want to see or you have questions on, we will make a stream to do that. So just put a link in Discord or put a note in Discord of what you would like. So, all right, Sinister's gonna tank. Either way, bro, we're just waiting. There's always that one party member, you know. You gotta learn to be patient.
Yeah, I know.
We need to get the "Waiting on a Woman" song, you know. Alright, boys, let's go in here. So for you guys who haven't done a random dungeon, this is probably, if you're just creating a character, probably the best way to get fame early on. And you're going to get silver while you are doing it, and experience, so...
It's all around a good way to go.
And our poor healer. Welcome to healing, bro. Unlock Generous Hill as fast as you can. Like it's gonna be your best friend. And some tips for you, Piora. I don't know how you do your stuff, bro, but the easiest way I've learned for healing and switching through people is to change your key bindings for your party itself to 1, 2, 3, 4 on your keyboard from F1, 2, 3, 4. It just makes transitioning from one person to the next so much easier. I know you probably already know this, but you rush through? You're not supposed to rush, you know? Take your time. You just want to come play with us. It's alright. If you guys see the map down here, it's pretty much question mark on it, so we don't know exactly what we have. These dungeons have multiple levels sometimes. I think the farthest we've been thus far is T5. Piora will say T6, but you know, it's up for debate.
Yep. No telling how far we actually went. We weren't keeping track at that point.
We went down a ways. That's all there is to say. So the farther down you go, it seems the loot gets better.
Yep.
Which was nice.
I was pushing the wrong button. I was trying to leave you guys down here. There's always that one person, right?
Ooh, somebody got a book.
Yeah.
Tradecraft. This book is for you. It's an experience book. Now, a suggestion for you being a new player, sell it on the market. It's 10,000 fame. It doesn't take that long to get. So you can either use it or sell it.
And just so you know, right now on the market, they're about 50,000.
I think they're 50 to 80,000, depending on which town.
Somewhere between 50 to 80. It used to be over 100, but with these new dungeons, the amount of them on the market's increased. So they've dropped down a little bit, but it's still a good amount.
There's nothing wrong with that. If not, it's 10,000 fame in your pocket, which is not a bad thing. So.
Yep.
Now I always say if you're going to get into PvP, use them. If you're doing mages or something like that, use them. Because if you get knocked down or you think you're going to get knocked down, there's a chance that it will break when you fall down. So.
those of you that have just started watching, thank you very much. We appreciate it. If you have any questions, just ask us. What we're doing right now is we are starting as barely created characters that are working on unlocking premium via the game itself.
We're cheap. We don't want to spend no money on premium.
Yep.
No, as you guys progress through, it becomes easier and easier the more time you put into the game. So,
but we love people commenting. We absolutely enjoy.
and if
people
you
just
saw
interacting
Wacko
with
here,
us.
got tired, his legs became weak.
Oh no.
In the blue zones and the yellow zones, I guess this is a perfect way to show it. You don't die, because you just get knocked down. Now, if you're factioned up, somebody else comes and kills you, you get knocked down. So, just be aware, you just take a break for a bit, you know. And if you can't kill the mobs around you, it's a 10-minute break, so. And we got a little boss right here, so we'll see how this goes. Obviously, you want to wait on your healer. He's the MVP of this group, so thanks, bro, for healing us. We appreciate
we appreciate it.
You good, bro? And he might be working. Our healer, he's a working man, so. I see T4 coming online. And Project Albion, we're going to be making a YouTube series to follow this. Is going to be more or less our progression through Albion itself. We're going to create new characters. We're going to play every aspect of the game, give people starting places, you know. And or if you just have a question, you know, feel free to ask. If there's a part of the game that you don't understand or would like some more information on, we can do that for you. So let us know. I think we're good, bro. Lead the way.
Yeah, I agree, Sinister Strike. It would be fun to make a little guild to play this.
And we might make a guild of anybody. We will get on that, so.
We're actually doing pretty good on this, aren't we?
And our streaming hours will normally be Monday, Wednesday, and possibly 1 or 2 days on the weekend, depending on how things go. But that does not mean we'll stream just randomly like tonight. You know, we got a good group we're on, and we're going later, so there's nothing wrong with that. So. It's kind of the nap
guys.
time stream, so.
Yep, our son's asleep, so we are streaming with you guys. And thank you guys for making it so much fun to stream with you guys. I don't know, I might be taking a nap too. Thank you, healer.
And just so you know, we're all new characters from the looks of things, so we take damage.
Yeah,
When
we
you
take
get
damage.
higher up, you get some spec in it, you no longer take as much damage, so it gets better, I promise. I mean, we're 20,000, I think, on all of us for kill fame, so we're learning.
There we go, now you guys can see me a little better. I didn't realize that guy was still up. Don't mind me. I'm
Just what I always wanted,
living.
guys.
Oh,
And the
did you
group
get-
varies. Sometimes you'll get a good run where you get like everything great, and sometimes you just do not have the luck. So
Need more people selling on that black market. We need to show them the black market before we get off today.
the joys of being a melee. And if anybody has any questions on any of the builds anybody's playing, they want to see what they're playing, let us know.
Yep.
And I can finally unread.
Yay.
That's probably a book sitting there, isn't it? Just has my name on it.
Nope.
It wants to be picked up. Don't ruin it for me. Now I'm all sad and depressed, you know.
Oh, poor unfortunate soul. Morbos, you're talking about in the game itself. I think the camera itself is stagnant.
Yes, camera angle in this game is fixed. You cannot switch the position of it.
Sorry, didn't see that question until just now. It slipped through the
We're slacking.
seams.
We're slacking, bro. Yes, the camera's fixed on this angle. You'll get used to it though. Just remember when you're playing, if you're going up, so north always has the better angle. So if you're ever fighting people, try to fight them from the bottom to the top and not down, because you'll see their bars up above. And fighting down is always harder. So it's not impossible, it's just a different angle.
Level 2.
And yes, take 2 guys. Let's get to level 5 in our first dungeon. That would be nice
That
dungeon.
would be
So,
nice.
you know. Give us that streamer luck, you know. Let's test this healer out.
Ah! Watch out, Waco! I see myself falling to my knees. Ah, man.
The joys of mechanics, guys.
Yeah. Did we reset or did we get them down?
We got him down.
Okay.
MVP healer. Always treat your healers well.
I appreciate it, Waco.
Yes, bro. We know you're in a hotel. We appreciate it. Very much so. Make friends, guys. It's probably
Yeah,
the best part of this
friends
game.
Yeah. Friends are very important in this game.
Even if they make new characters just to come hang out.
Yeah. Thank you. he's willing to come hang out with us and help you guys out by doing it.
Let's be that guy. You gotta test out your healer, make sure they're good. Sorry, bro. This is one of my favorite parts of the game also. You know, I enjoy dungeons, I enjoy killing mobs, but there's a lot of different aspects also. Some days you might be killing mobs, other days you're just running from town to town, moving resources, gear. That's the fun part of Albion, you know, you make the experience what you make of it, you know, there's no set key in the game. When we finish this base quest line, you know, it more or less opens the world up to you, you know, you get to make the game, you get to pick the content you want to play, what kind of content. And if you can't find a group that minute, you know, go find something else to do for a few hours, you know, it'll be there.
And as you guys get deeper and deeper into the game, you will be amazed at how much there is to it. It might look more simple on the outside, but it's deep. It's deep. I'm still discovering new stuff, and I've been playing for a while.
And I think everybody's starting experience is going to be different, you know, just make the best of it, you know, put some time into it. If you don't like it to start with, commit a little bit more time, you know, because there's going to be some aspect of the game that you're going to find. There's so many different ways of playing it.
Yep. Hello to our new viewer. Let us know if you have any questions. And just to let you know, what we're doing is we have started it with brand new fresh characters, and we're working on unlocking premium inside the game itself. Oh hey, congratulations, Kiowa.
Did you do it with nature staff? I'm taking it. At least nature's good for something, alright? I mean, I've been dogging on it so much today, but nature at least has a place. It has a place in ZVZs.
Alright.
And GVGs if they're good.
Alright, and just so people know, the reason we just cleared past the boss before
Nice
actually
job,
going
man.
to the boss is because these bosses, they leash pretty far. So anything we did not kill would have been coming and attacking us right now. Yeah, the skinning is the only way to go for a hide-bearing one. I'm guessing it was a mammoth.
Oh, and something we haven't gone into, if you like gathering, there are actually gather sets that unlock
Yes.
as you progress. And we can go over those in a later day. You know, there's going to be time, so we're going to be here, so...
But you don't have to unlock it via combat. It's actually whatever level of gathering you are for that specific resource.
And we'll go
Is-
over that maybe tomorrow, because we're going to be streaming at 4 tomorrow. and we can go over some of the gathering side of it, you know. Go over some gather gear, some of the basics there. I know you guys don't want to watch me pound on T3 nodes all day, but we might be doing that, so.
No telling. We'll try to make things as exciting for you guys as we can. Hey, Bacon, I volunteer to come jump you as a red to make it more exciting.
Let's be nice, alright? Let's be nice, guys.
I could take my regular character out and jump you. Let's see how well you can solo that. I might make me a little bit of money.
And hit him with the flex after this one. Let's all go flag up with the Bridge Watch. The faction anyways, and let's do another one. So I think the healer can do it now, so as long as everybody's got time and you guys want to, so I'd like to get at least one more in, so if you got time. I know you got multiple characters and things to do, so thanks for hanging out with us, bro.
Yep, we appreciate it. Oh yeah, that would
be a nice
KOF.
day. That would be a nice
day.
day.
That would be so nice.
I still haven't found an 8.3 node. So I've got several 8.2s, but you know, they're hiding from me.
Oh, I can't wait until I find an 8.3 leather one. The raw ones of those go for almost 200k each, guys. So they are pretty amazing. Oh no!
You got locked out the guilds like that. Node is ours. We own it. And that's one thing you guys will learn if you get into a good guild, is there are going to be some rules that they have, and you might not like them, but it's one of those things that if you want to play with them, you kind of follow the rules. So
Yep. Man, that would be hard.
our tank got tired, guys.
Aw.
Sorry, bro. His legs, they just couldn't take it anymore. He's not really a legit tank build. There's actually weapons. If you want to be a tank, we can go over some of those tanking weapons. He's playing Axe. He's being a sport and taking it for us, so we appreciate it. This is all for good fun, guys. I don't think anybody's gonna get too serious in this group.
Yeah, probably not. looks like a pretty nice chest. The blue sparkles on this chest mean that it's a little bit higher of a level. Just so you guys know that.
We want a legendary. That's our in-game goal for this. We've yet to get one. We've ran a lot of these dungeons, so...
T4 cloak. I think I will put that on.
This game knows. It's like, you guys are scrubs. Here's some gear. Enjoy.
Yeah, now it just needs to give me a T4 backpack.
Just so everybody knows, Wacko, MLG. He's like on top of his game.
Yeah, sorry guys, I keep yawning. Probably not the most pleasant appearance.
We do have a 19-year-old son, or 19-year-old. We are fast, guys. We
Wow.
were 19-month-old son who, last night he decided it was going to be a fun night to stay awake and play, and yes, those nights are great, so... I mean, babe, we just like, yeah, our kid grew up.
Yeah, I know,
I wonder
right?
if he has a beard. I hope he has a beard. If I'm going to say something, I hope he has a beard.
Might just be a little bit of blonde scruff right now, though.
Yeah, our kid's blonde. We still don't know who the father is, but you know. We have a male woman, luckily, so my wife did not get in trouble.
Aw.
Now we got pretty lucky, so.
Yeah. We have a couple of blondes on both sides of the family, so... No, Sinister!
Good job, team.
Yeah.
Sinister has the Thetford cape, so if anybody wants to know, there's special capes in this game.
Yep.
My favorite cape, they do different abilities. So you have basic capes that do nothing, and then each faction has a cape. And depending on which one you have is what buff or increase you get. So
Yeah, so
some of them can be
Thetford-
very nice. Thetford is the most annoying, yep, my favorite. So
Yeah, what it does is it does a chain lightning for all mobs that are standing close to the
I'm
one that
harmless.
you... Oh no, Sinister! That are standing close to the one that you target. And you have to auto hit to be able to set it off.
Oh, you got a while till you get Generous Hill, bro. Level 15 on that weapon. Once you get Generous Hill, your life's gonna get a lot easier.
Oh, you got that keep in here? Nice, Sinister. The
We're
game
gonna be
likes you.
geared. We're gonna be T8 geared by the time we're done with this. That's the plan.
Yeah, so you can get pretty nice stuff in here.
We're
The
streaming. You gotta have the
Thetford
streamer's luck, right? I hear it exists. You know, this is day 2. It hasn't existed thus far for me, but you know.
The Thetford cape is worth about 50k, I believe it is. At least where I've looked. So that's a pretty good drop. Oh, I guess I shouldn't attack. I'm not the tank anymore. I really do love these random dungeons. You never know what you're gonna find. You never know what bosses it's gonna be. It's just really nice and fun. Our little Zwig.
Alright.
I'll go grab him once we finish this. And he's gonna be in there scared probably because I think I didn't put on his nightlight.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Yeah.
Give us a second here. You can keep going Sinister if you want. The wife's gonna run for a second. Yes, I agree with these. The game was very, very stagnant and almost dying in my book. Like, they needed new content, and I think this is the best way they could get it out. Because everybody's looking for people to run with. You're looking for smaller scale groups, and I like the idea, the concept behind. We gonna fly? No.
Oh, that was funny, Mom. He pointed out the nightlight not being on.
He's letting Mom know. Mom,
He pointed
I need a
out
nightlight.
his inquiry. He noticed it was not on.
Albion is getting better, and if anybody who's watching is looking to get into the game, it becomes free to play the 10th of April. If you get in it before, there's going to be some fame buffs, some limited mounts, things like that. You know, there's never a bad time to start. So, and the community of Albion, at least as far as we've experienced, has been nothing but great. So everybody's pretty helpful. They'll jump in, they'll do things like, it's a good game. I mean, there's trolls, but every game has trolls. But for the general part of Albion, everybody's pretty awesome and super helpful. So, and if you have any questions, just watching, you've been around for a while, we appreciate it, guys. Thanks for sticking with us. You guys are gonna get our kiddo for a minute. I apologize if he gets, you know. We'll get through this dungeon, and we appreciate everything from you guys. I can't wait till I can teach him how to gold farm, honestly. Those are like the great days, you know? I just worry about the fact that he's gonna be a little nerd, you know?
Oh, he'll be an outdoorsy nerd.
As long as he can ride a horse and play video games, I'm just fine with that, so.
Ride a horse, climb a mountain, and play video games.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Jim.
You can't have that. Here. You
But
wanna
we have
ride
to
these?
raise him up a little bit. You know, I said he's 19, obviously, you know, he's a little bit smaller
There
than
you
that.
go. Alright.
Give us a second, Sinister. She's almost up here.
Yep, I got the little now.
Now this box has my name on it. I'm thinking, you know, T7. Oh, wait, we only get 2 tiers above, right? T6 masterpiece. Set of swords, you know.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Or 4 million just sitting in the box. I'd be alright with that also.
Ooh. Is this the end?
Yeah, I think this is the end of this one.
Yeah, I think so too.
Cross our fingers, guys. You see that fame also. Get in the random dungeons. You make a new character, get into the random dungeons.
Another T4 cloak.
You guys all down for one more?
Okay, be nice to him. Oh. Thank you, Sinister. Scholar.
Uh-oh, we might be losing our healer.
Teleport.
Yeah, this is going to be the best way to level. For anybody who's new and getting in, get into these random dungeons, find a group, make some friends. Alright, well, our healer is about to call it for the night. I guess his internet is getting bad. So we're gonna work our way back over here to town. Hit him with the flex. We appreciate it, bro.
Yep, thank you very much. It was great fun playing with you guys.
Same thing with you. Stole my pull. Thanks for hanging out with us, bro. We
Yep.
appreciate it. Or bro-est. I'm sorry, everybody's a bro, but you know, you can be my female bro or my man bro. It all counts. So. And if you guys want to see any different content, you know, we were streaming higher tier gameplay yesterday, and everybody's like, you know, we're new to Albion, where should we start? So we figured we'd put on a series just for new people who are coming into Albion. You know, the best do's and don'ts, directions, you know, any questions if you need answered. And yes, come back tomorrow, bro. We should be on about the same time. I don't know if we'll stream as long tomorrow, depending on how things are in work. We'll go from there.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming out.
And if you want to save these characters in this town when we are on, we're going to try to stream at least 3 days a week.
Oh, no.
Depending on how the weekend is and what we have planned, we might be able to get in a 4th day. But if you guys want to play with us, hit us up in Discord. Send us your name in game. Feel free to add either I know CPR, Hendis, or Bacon, or Scarlet Silvers, and just send us a message. You know, when we're on, when we're playing. I love to play with other people, so, and half this game is about playing with other people, so.
Okay, you do still want me.
And our little's probably going to make this from here on out, but we appreciate you guys hanging around all night. We will be streaming starting 4 o'clock our time, which is mountain time in the States, so.
Yep.
But thanks, everybody. We appreciate it, and tomorrow will be day 2 of Project Albion.
The beginning.
And we're going to make it through. We're going to make it through. We're going to get to where we can buy premium with our characters. We're going to get our island set up. And we appreciate you guys all sticking around. Thank you.